It's troubleshooting live, it seems. All right. Technically. All right, you be quiet over there. Greetings and salutations, gamers. My name is Kyle, also known as Gamersweekend. How's everybody doing? Look at that. I was kind of on time. Kind of. Sort of. You kind of count, you know. You were a minute late. Listen. We're having a little bit of troubleshooting with audio, all right? So, case in point. Can you guys hear the game right now? Because it should be playing. And if it's not playing, I'm gonna throw something. Something's gonna get yoinked, yeeted, yoked. I hear no game. All right. It seems, of course, tech issues are always the problem. Listen, it sometimes it's just, what? Why you? Thank you for whoever that was. Give me a second. Bismarck, hey, GW, happy Sunday. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. We don't need to hear the game. I'm gonna try and fix that. What if I do this? Okay. Now, does the game audio work? Are we hearing it now? Is that... Okay, so that fixed it. Okay. So that's weird. I don't know why that fixed that. That shouldn't fix that, but here we are. All right. So chat, today we are doing some Dark Souls A to Z gaming. Which means that we are doing, hold on, Blacksmith Giant Hammer. Okay. And that's not how I've been formatting these. I am made of dumb. 2 seconds. Okay. Hit that. All right. Now, if I do this over here, we're doing this live. Okay. Nobody panic. I'm only a little panicked. Everybody panic. All right. That's not the window. Not that window either. Okay, you go back. Okay, you go back to there. Where did you go? I want you there. Okay, wait. Now we don't hear it. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's good. As long as when I'm tabbed in, you hear it, which means you hear it when I hear it, and that's good. That's what we want. All right. 10 seconds, then we'll be, well, not 10 seconds, but like 5 seconds. All right, chat, y'all are going to see the recording process live, which means I need to do this real quick. All right. Hi there. Hi. Hello there. Greetings and salutations, everybody. All right. Hopefully, this works the way I want to. So we are recording Dark Souls A to Z. We're going to do it live because I have not streamed in so long, guys. It has been a minute. And I didn't even realize. I thought I'd streamed like a couple weeks ago. And I hadn't streamed since April, and I didn't realize that. So I figured we could hang out while we record some Dark Souls A to Z. That being said, what I have to do is, the reason I have this is because I have the good audio working. So I need to audio sync it real quick. So if anybody, the little clapper things you see with the movie, that thing, you're gonna go audio sync in 3, 2, 1. One more time. Audio sync in 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. And now I can take that footage-wise and line it up with the audio And now the good audio will be lined up with this. And hopefully I can separate out the crusty, streamy audio from the good audio that I'm in the other thing. And yeah, then the final video will sound good. I don't know if that made sense to y'all, but it made sense to my weird, not sleep deprived, sleep, like, the brain has gotten sleep. That's the point we're making here. Anyway, how is everybody doing today? Also, I'm sorry if you like music, but music goes away for the video. Hey, your funny words, Magic Man. All right, so I think the last one I recorded was Black Bow of Ferris, which was Ferris Hilton. So Bat out of Axe is what we're getting rid of today. And then Ferris Hilton gets deleted once we're done with whatever we're calling Blacksmith Giant Hammer. You know what, chat? Actually, you know the rules. Best name for a Blacksmith Giant Hammer run gets to be the run today. I'll give you guys like a minute to give me your best Blacksmith Giant Hammer character names. And I think I'm going to go Pyromancer for a fun little, not Easter egg, but a fun little start here. We've got Turtle. We got Dr. Andre. Welcome in. Is that Unsought Winter one? Welcome in. It took me a second to figure out how that was pronounced, but once my brain figured it out. Dr. Andre, Hammer Time. Bellows Bonker. Andre the Giant. I like it. While you guys are, you can call me Winter. Everyone else does. Got it. Winter it is. Hope you're doing well, and I hope everybody else is doing there. I didn't do my usual say hi to everybody. Hold on, scrolling up. What's going on? Wolfric, Benny, Bell, Salhathan, Silver, Game of Mom, Axie, Ocean Maron, Firestarter, Vukas. Who else we got? Mason, welcome in. Oak the Hunter. Glad to see we got everybody in here. All right, hey Abraham, how you doing? All right, Vort of the Big Bonk. That's not the menu I want. Hello. Okay. Let's see. So we got Hammer Time, Bellows Bonker, Andre the Giant. Like the Blacksmith Bellows. Ooh, like Bellows Bonker. Okay. Andre the Giant, Large Ember. Hey, Ben, how you doing? Hammeroid. Oh, God, Hammeroid. That reminds me of, anybody seen Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, the Viacroids? Everybody know what I'm talking about there? All right. Let's go. I, personally... You know what? I think I've talked myself into it. I think I'm going Hammeroid. That's pretty good. All right. Oh, I don't have the gadget open. Hold on. As you can tell, I'm a little disorganized today because I had some plans for this stream, and then those plans went awry, and now we're here. Well, okay. Yes, indeed. Yeah, the Dark Sign brands the undead. Blah blah blah. Weapons. Okay, there we go. I had a creepy character, so I named him Peter File. Ooh, Mr. Peter. So the cool thing about Blacksmith Giant... Oh, hi, Annie. Hello, little one. So the cool thing about Blacksmith Giant Hammer is twofold. Number one, this weapon used to be a speedrun weapon. Which made it, because it was very, very strong. The amount of lightning damage this thing puts out is insane. But number two, the reason why we started Pyromancer today is because it is also a very notably strong soul level 1 weapon. Meaning that even with the base stats of the Pyromancer, you can use it as so long as you're two-handing it, making it a very, very strong weapon to be using at soul level 1. And it's a little strong even at +0. Now, we are dealing with mixed damage, so the AR is going to be a little deceiving. Now, it says 333 starting, but that's because it's 200 lightning damage, as well as 120 physical damage. Yeah, this thing is very, very strong. Been watching your starter class runs for Dark Souls 1. Has been a lot of fun. Hey, they were a lot of fun to record. Thank you, thank you. Glad to see that I am populating either your second monitor or your main monitor or TV and just taking up some of your time. Doing all right? How you been? Been a while? It has been pretty decent. I'm not gonna lie. I was starting to get into a good workflow, and then my absolute ADHD kicked in, and now I'm my workflow has been interrupted again by perfectionism, really is what it is. But I wish GW went live or was releasing another video. Do not worry. If this goes well, then I could see myself streaming a lot of these weapons, to be honest. I just had to record them at like really weird and inopportune times. But I think I should just like get used to streaming at times that aren't necessarily 2 p.m. Central. Because I've always been kind of stuck in this groove where I stream at 2 p.m. Central because I know that's when most of my viewers are online. But to be honest, I should probably just go fight straight even now. If I could, I would. But yeah, I should probably just stream at whatever time it is. While I'm at work, hey. Second monitor while I'm grinding out Terraria fishing. Hey, I don't know if other YouTubers... You've heard other YouTubers say this, but I am very much willing to say it out loud. I feel it like it is an honor to be second monitor content, personally. Like, second monitor content is such a blessing. Okay, so, oh, God. I'm not... Hey, chat. I just realized I wasn't recording, so we got to do the... Ignore this. I don't... Ahem. Audio sync in 3, 2, 1. One more time. Audio sync in 3, 2, 1. There we go. I definitely did not miss the recording before. The streamer is good at streaming. Okay, I can move this back down. Thanks for streaming while I'm at work. Absolutely. Yeah, good practice run to verify everything's working correctly. Okay, so since we have Blacksmith Giant Hammer, this thing is quite a menace. But even on top of that, it has the added benefit of being a unique upgrade path weapon, which means we are looking for Twinkling Titanite. Which means we have a few options on how we can move about the map. I think I'm going to go through Valley of Drakes. So that way we can get to some Twinkling Titanite very quickly. We're going to one-shot the Taurus Demon, very likely. I am fully planning on this thing being fully upgraded before we touch a boss fight. And the reason being, Twinkling Titanite is so easily accessible. If you saw the first A to Z video, you saw that even with the Astora Straight Sword, we could access all that Twinkling Titanite very rapidly. The difference between this and the Astora Straight Sword is this is a strong weapon. For the most part. We require twinks. Can I get a link to your Discord? Oh, God. Did I not put the link to the Discord? Oh, God. Yes. I will put that in the, somewhere here in a couple minutes. Give me a... I will get you that. Okay, normally I don't stop for this, but maybe it's... Okay. Yeah, we're gaming. By the way, how much damage does this thing do to these guys? Yeah, barely any, because they are very lightning resistant. That is going to be the one downside to this weapon, is anything that resists lightning damage, this weapon's going to have a hard time against. But, thankfully, that is very few of the bosses. The other nice thing is it's a single attribute weapon, so we only have a D scaling in strength, which means getting levels for this thing is going to be very easy. And I'm going to use one of these because I would like to have enough levels to one-hand this thing. Because we're about to get Grass Crest. You're essentially a podcast on my second monitor while I grind for materials in Minecraft. I think doing a podcast, like, genuinely would be fun. I just feel like the podcast space is, like, so oversaturated right now. I am not doing this correctly. Hold on. Wait, why am I even trying to knock you off? I have the Blacksmith Giant Hammer. Took me a second to realize. Wait a second. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so first stop on our Twinkling Titanite farm is going to be this first crystal lizard. Each crystal lizard has a random chance to drop Titanite out of a certain pool, but regardless of those pools, they are also guaranteed to drop 2 Twinkling Titanite. There's our first 2. Link didn't work? Dang. Yeah, I will get you a link here in just a few minutes. Need to get schmoovin' first. Number 2, if we can get some moss drops, that would be very, very good. Okay, and of course we get 0 moss drops. Making me look like a fool. A foolish samurai warrior wielding. Just finished a Pyromancer run and one-shot Quinn on accident. Oh, that's funny. You're probably not too bad with this weapon. Yeah, you could see all that lightning damage. Putting in work. Hello, Andre. I'm stealing your weapon next run. Yeah, Pyromancer's a little insane. Okay, hold on. Hold, please. Fuck. Invite link. Expires after never. Generate. Copy. All right, now check this out. All right. There's a way for me to do this. Give me a second. Give me a second. Content. Live. I should see. Yes. Okay. Bonk. There we go. Beautiful. Got it. Okay, so now if you refresh the stream, it should have the link to the Discord in the description. I did it to the right Discord server, right? Yeah, I did it to the right Discord server. It's just like, I didn't just accidentally create an invite link to the bonfire, did I? Hey, very nice, Belle. That is as far as I made it into Bloodborne when I first tried to play it in like 2015? 2016? Which I know some people have been thinking about Bloodborne lately. All I'm saying, I would never be like forgiven for opening an invite link to the bonfire. Where am I going? I am going... I just realized I'm on autopilot. Okay, hold on. We're going to tag that, and then we're going to go back to Andre, buy the weaponsmith box. And then we are going to work our way back up through Havel, grab the next 2 Twinkling Titanite shards. Yeah, okay. By the way, for that, to finish that whole Bloodborne thought process, people have been wanting me to play Bloodborne. There might be something for y'all to look forward to. Say, like, during a very spooky season. That's all I'm gonna say. There we go. We got a moss. It's only purple moss, but it's moss. Moss is moss. All right. More moss. Red moss. This game hates me. What can I say? Okay, part 2 of the master plan. Get the next 2 from the Havel Tower. Duskbloods collab. So I am down to give Duskbloods a shot. I'm gonna need to figure out how I'm gonna afford a Switch too, if I'm being honest. But we're gonna. It's on my to-do list. But I am down to give Duskbloods a shot. So I don't know very much about it, and I know the playtest happened recently. I saw all the Bonfire creators talking in there about it. Whoop. Oh, God. This is fine. This is fine. Totally fine. Do I need Havel's ring? No. But I have it. I joined the Discord. Let's go. I've been meaning to do more stuff with the Discord for a while now. I have plans, but no idea when to enact them. Keep the barrel. What happens if I see. It has been rather dead as of late. Yeah. It happens. It's okay to post my content and plugs and ads? Please, absolutely. I don't know about other people in the Discord, but I know I personally try to watch at least a little bit of everything that goes into that channel. Elden Ring without standing. A permanently crouched Elden Ring run. That would be an experience. Is this a good idea? This is a fine idea. Hey, Hellkite. Bye, Hellkite. The Discord is not dead. It's just unkindled. True. Needs to be reignited. Okay. Ugh. It is. Let me tell y'all, folks. It is hot in my room. I don't know if y'all knew this, but this summer, it is... What temperature is it outside? It is 102 degrees Fahrenheit outside right now. And that window is just got the sun baking my room. Just stumbled on a challenge runner who played a few games, mainly Half-Life games, without standing. That sounds fun. Bonfire, are you feeling all right? Okay, time to repeat this process, and now we're going to go down to Blighttown. As counterintuitive as that might seem. It might seem like we're running in a lot of circles. That's mainly because my brain is running on autopilot, because I've done standard path weapons for like the past 5 weapons. But we are already up to 4 Twinkling Titanite. We need 6 more to create a +5 unique weapon, and then the weapon will be fully upgraded, and then we are just going to rocket through the game at breakneck pace and just blow up every boss in existence. So if this seems a bit weird to start out, I get it, but don't you worry. Did you know that if you don't activate that first dragon encounter, it won't show up on the bridge? I did know that. Did you also know that that dragon encounter doesn't just input a stagger value, but actually deals a very high amount of damage? And players have even used it for really sick clips to kill people during PvP. Hello, mosquito. Oh, I haven't even equipped humanity to my bar yet. Oh, and I have a firekeeper soul. How nice. I also just made the realization that if I kill Quelaag first, I'm gonna need to kill Lortrek while he's in his cell so he doesn't ruin the bonfire. Okay, so normally I never rest at this bonfire, but we're going to be resting here today because we are in the business of doing Quelaag first. And I want to farm the Great Hollow for Twinkling Titanite shards. Which is a very awkward process that I've only done a few times, so y'all might need to bear with me for like 2 minutes while I remember how to do this. Okay. Hello, leeches. I am not interested in you today. Ooh. This seems fun, Davlex. I do need to get back to Dark Souls 2 starting classes. I really need to get back to it. I keep telling myself that I need to get back to it, and then I never get back to it. It took 5 two-handed bare fist attacks per standard hollow until I got to Malentia to buy the Cestus. Also, we can get the Chloranthy ring if we wanted to. Also, do I have any Homeward Bones? It's going to be very awkward. I definitely should have grabbed those. I gotta remember where these little turds are. Because if I remember correctly, it should be like... Yeah, okay. Okay. Now, here's what we do. There's one. I think there should be one more that spawns up here. I think one more spawns up here. The cool thing with these is their spawns kind of cycle around the Great Hollow a little bit. So we might have to do this a couple times. I think one of them will spawn cycle over here. If not, then we will move to another platform and do it. Okay, we might be on the wrong platform. At least my understanding of them is that their spawns kind of cycle a little bit. Is it this platform? Excuse you. Hello, little one. It has been a minute since I've done this, so this might take me a second. Where are those other crystal lizards? Because this is back up towards the top. I hear you. That doesn't mean I see you. Oh. That's not good. We could always do this, though. Give me a second. We will figure this out. I do remember there is one up closer to the top. Where are you? Have I just done a dumb? Did I go too far down? I think I went too far down. This might call for some cowabunga. It is. I did not expect that to actually work, I'm gonna be honest. All right, chat. These 3,000 souls. I am very surprised I survived that. Here's what we're gonna do. I think there's another one down here. I believe there is one down this way. Can you guys tell that I don't come down here very often, by the way? I do not come down to Ash Lake, like, ever. Ugh, had a piece of hair stuck. All right, buddies. We need y'all to chill for a moment. I could have sworn there was another crystal lizard down here. All right, we're sacrificing ourselves to the Great Punch. Take me, mushroom. There we go. Okay. Now, where were... there's one over there, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. So try number 1. Oh, hey, I think there's a way we can... Yeah, there we go. Because that was our first attempt at doing that. And there's one back here. Beautiful. Okay, that takes us up to 4 more. That means we need 2 more. We need to find the last one. Where is that little... Are they on here, maybe? I don't think they're on this one. Yeah, I very rarely ever go to Ash Lake. Fun fact, during the low-level one-shot, I figured that either I was going to be the only one that got far enough into the game that beat 4 Kings, or I just wasn't going to win the challenge at all. So I just didn't even go to Ash Lake. So I was like, I don't feel like it. Is it that platform? One of these platforms has a crystal lizard on it, and we're going to find it. Because I'm stubborn. Is it above? Locked on target. How do I get up to you? Locked on target. Hey, it's JK. How you doing, gamer? Where'd it go? Did it run off the ledge? I'm getting this thing. I'm getting this thing. How you doing, JK? Nope, I know you spawned there. We saw the spawn. Yep. Dude. I know it's there. Yeah, that's what I thought. There it is. All right. There's the last 2. Oh, that's where the other spawn is. I knew there was another spawn somewhere around here. Oh, well. Not my problem. Hope you are as well. I'm definitely doing decent. I can say that much. Decent's about where we're at the moment. But Blacksmith Giant Hammer is here. And I always love me a good BGH run. Speaking of which, that should be everything we need. Except for another 1,000 souls. That's okay. There are so many souls in Blighttown that we can finish grabbing all the souls we need. And then we are going to first boss Quelaag. And then from there, we will go do everything else. Oh yeah, JK did put out a video on Ghostblade. I haven't watched it yet. I need to watch it. JK, all right. If you had to rate your own video out of 10, how would you rate the Ghostblade video? How you feeling about that video? Ow. Sip. Where is... I know there's one over here. That one is definitely enough for me to finish what I'm looking for. 10 out of 10, obviously. I'm not going to say my own video is shit. You heard it here, folks. It's a 10 out of 10 video. JK Leeds approved. Go watch it when you have the time. All right, and now, even you're gonna have fun when you get to G. Oh, I can't wait. Okay, even so, with 16 strength. Now it says AR 496. Do not be deceived, because that is both lightning damage and physical damage, which means we are checking both lightning resistance and physical resistance. So while that AR seems very extreme, it's definitely not the best, but with 2 extra levels in strength, we're up to 500 AR. Straight Sword Hilt better than Ghostblade. That is certainly a take that I can't agree with or disagree with yet. But when I'm done with the end of this A to Z, I will definitely be able to agree or disagree with you on that one. Speaking of which, chat, we need to have a talk. With a couple exceptions, the next A to Z video is going to finish the letter B. Which means we have Broken Straight Sword to do soon. Which isn't the worst weapon ever, but... Broken Straight Sword is going to be one of the experiences of all time. Hey, Meg, how you doing? All right, hello, Quaylag. Look at that damage. Look at that damage. By the way, for people that are not very good at performing jumping attacks, because like the button combination just isn't working for you, I definitely wasn't nervous there. The R2 of the Blacksmith Giant Hammer is just a jumping attack. Oh, that dodge. Ooh. Straight Sword Hilt doesn't require a horrific farm. It can also be buffed by Great and Crystal Magic Weapon. True. In Bonk, we trust. I didn't grab the Chloranthy ring. Oh, well. Weak weapon, I've seen better. True. Also, because we're already resting in Blighttown, I'm going to go ahead and unlock this now. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Thank you. Now, for those of you that are doing your own Blacksmith Giant Hammer builds, I can personally recommend that at this point, it would be a pretty good idea. I mean, first of all, if you're cheat engineing in your own, not cheat engine, sorry, DSR gadgeting your own Blacksmith Giant Hammer in, first of all. If you're not, then you got to wait until Giant Blacksmith in order to get it. So there's that. But let's just say that if you have this one... going into a Pyromancer build with this weapon is a very good idea. So that way you can cover the lightning resistances with just some overall fire damage. Question, when you get to Channeler's Trident, I presume you're going to farm it from the Channeler and perish without save states, right? I may grow to regret these words, but on one condition. I will manually farm out the Channeler's Trident on one condition. I will do it live on the couch. And at least you and other bonfire members have to join me for it. I'm in. All right, it's on. I'll rally the troops. Sounds good. I'm down. We will live stream bonfire losing my mind farming a Chandler's Trident. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 1%. Oh god. I'm gonna need to check the weapons list. How far away is Chandler's Trident? That H is a pretty high letter in C. Oh god. Just have 10 soft humanity? That's only gonna get us so far. Okay, hold on. Where's my list? I'm sorry, I'm pulling it up on my phone. Okay, so it won't be the next video, which the next video is going to be really fast, by the way, but the video after that. Because I have Kestis, and then I have Chandler's Trident. By the way, if you guys are wondering what the why there's a video in between then, is because I have decided to do the Black Knight weapons on their own video. So it is going to be the entire letter B is going to be the next video, with the exception of the Black Knight weapons, and then we'll do the Black Knight weapons all in one video. So that way we have like the Black Knight special. And then after that, how many weapons are in the letter C? A lot. It's going to take us a bit to get through the letter C. Because the letter C has Kestis, Chandler's Trident, Chaos Blade, Claw, Claymore, Club, Composite Bow, Crescent Axe, Crystal Greatsword, and Crystal Straight Sword. Oh, God. We're ending the C's with crystal weapons. Crescent Axe, right? Crescent Axe is so good. Is there only one Z weapon? Scrolling. Yes. Which, by the way, the final episode of A to Z is going to be an absolute banger of an episode. It is going to cover the letters T through Z. Yeah, we get to end A to Z on the Zweihander. I believe it should just be the Kestis spell. When I made the list, and I'll go check the master list here in a minute, but when I made the list, I literally just made it by using the game files in like DSR Gadget. I literally just ran through the game files and grabbed. Hello, Annie. Hi, little one. Yeah, you're gonna steal my chair. I get it. Thank you. Hi. Did you overheat yourself? Did you overheat yourself, you little ding dong, you little idiot? Yeah. All right. Dark Hand will be fun, yeah. Mmm. Oh, God. What? 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 I have never been stuck in that tunnel like that before. What? Oh my god. Thank you, Dark Souls. We also do this run with spells or staves. So, I am not planning on doing A to Z with spells necessarily. With staves, I'm gonna kind of leave it open if this, like, let's say we get, further into the series and it's doing really well and people are, like, really enjoying the series, then I will absolutely do, like, a special episode on, like, I'm not sure if I'm gonna do every, spell casting tool because, like, for example, Beatrice, Logan, and Sorcerer's Catalyst are all gonna feel, like, really samey. But, like, I could do, like, one of them. Like, I could do, like, the Sorcerer's Catalyst, and then I could do, like, Tin Banishment, because, like, it comes with, like, a unique stabbing attack. And then we could do, like, Manus Catalyst, because it has a unique attack. And we could kind of do, like, the unique spell tools. We do a Pyromancy Flame run. I guess a Talisman run? Yeah, and then spells would be... With spells in particular, I don't know if I would necessarily do an A to Z series of spells, but I wouldn't mind doing, like, a one-shot video of, like, showcasing every spell from A to Z. Add another tally to why people hate Blighttown board. True. You'd hate a Talisman run? I bet I would. I'd also hate a Pyromancy Flame run because... like, 4 of the bosses are impossible. So that would require some shenanigans. Okay, so now that we are back up here. That sounds oddly like something a quitter would say. Now, that's not a... sorry, that wasn't very bingo champion of me. If you're doing more than 0 damage, can you even say you beat the game? I'm gonna be real, like... I don't know if I've ever truly beaten Dark Souls, if I'm being honest. Like... I have 2 hands on my controller, and am not currently suffering from cataracts. Like... Is that even truly fair? Like, am I really playing the game as Miyazaki intended? What is my least favorite enemy in DS1? Ooh. That's a good question. What enemy is my most despised? Okay, my immediate answer is gonna be weird, but for people who have played this game a lot, I think you're gonna get it. For me, it's the Crystal Hollows in Duke's Archives. Like, from a design standpoint, they're like well made, but I hate having to fight them. Like, they are so absurdly tanky and deal so much damage. What in the interaction was that? Hello? What is happening today? Hi, Black Knight. Bye, Black Knight. This thing's a little strong, by the way. The Bone Wheel Tonys. Bone Wheels are obnoxious until the exact moment you realize that they have the poise of a singular feather. And then they get a lot easier to deal with. All right, will a +5, 532 AR Blacksmith Giant Hammer one-shot the Taurus Demon? I'm going to be real. I'm going to be very, very surprised if the answer is no. The arrow sniping in the library hallways. Oh my god, the archers. Nope, a little further. There we go. It wasn't very Kyle Greatest Souls Gamer weekend of you. Ah, yes, me, the greatest Souls gamer of all time. Known for losing the Deathless Cleric run to Pinwheel. So this thing's a little strong, by the way. Just a little strong. Okay. Bye, Taurus Demon. I won't miss you. Painting Guardians. Yeah. Yeah, Painting Guardians is a good shout. I don't have, like, any throwing knives or anything, right? No, I don't. All right. We're waiting, then. How much damage? Okay, you know what? We're going to be greedy here. To get Lord Trek in the cell. Yes, thank you, Bell. There we go. 3-shot the Hellkite Drake. That's how strong this thing is. And that's why this thing was a speedrun weapon. By the way, in case you guys are wondering why I attacked him in that specific order, I got the attack off with the jump attack because that way it would just get the initial damage in. And then normally when he lands, the attack he chooses is very normally just a front-facing breath attack. So knowing that, I knew I had enough time to get the jump attack off, and then I could cut his tail, which puts him in a stagger animation, which is then long enough for me to then go back for jump attack number 2. Bye, buddy. So that's the reason why I did the attacks in that order. Because tail cut combos are strong. You're still following me? By the way, for people that may not know this, once again, kind of brought this up with an earlier weapon in this video, but this is another one of those weapons that has a bit of a punishment end lag for staggering early. So if you watch, my attack kind of has like an extra little bounce and lingers. Because my attack didn't find a target. So there's a little bit of punishment end lag if you don't actually properly land your attack on an enemy. Kind of a interesting thing to keep aware of. You don't want to just like flail this thing endlessly as you can with maybe some dex weapons. You need to be very intentional with your targets. Probably gonna one-shot the gargoyles? I am expecting I'll probably one-shot the second one. So if you watch here, I recover from the attack a lot sooner. I don't have that second bounce in my step. You see this? We have on target, off target. Does the hammer have faith scaling for more lightning damage? It does not. It is purely a strength weapon. Because Dark Souls 1 did not have the weird scale. So Dark Souls 1 doesn't have the scaling thing where they tie damage types to stats. It is purely just with whatever the weapon scales with. Whoops. And we are not. Uh-oh. Okay, you know what? We're gonna vibe for a second. Here we go. No drop. Okay. RTSR to one-shot both. How about buddy chill, buddy chill, buddy chill. We can. Oh god. We could do some RTSR stuff at some point, but maybe. Thank God I have the master key. The only problem is if I do RTSR, then I might be inclined to do RTSR and more weapons. Oh god, not what I wanted. All right, come out, buddy. I said come out, buddy. Got him. Bonk. All right. By the way, if anybody's ever wondered why I always have my rings arranged like this, you may see that I always play with Ring of Favor and Protection in the left slot. I don't know if I've ever brought this up. But the reason I do that is because if I ever want to swap my rings, specifically if I have like the Silver Serpent's ring, so like I beat a boss and then I really want to get the Silver Serpent's ring stuff. That way, all I have to do to swap is I've just kind of memorized the button combination of pause, right, select, up, left, select. And that will always get me to that ring slot. And so that's why I keep Favor and Protection in this ring slot, because, yeah, it is the harder ring slot to access. In case anybody wonders why I always seem to do that. All right, how are we going to do on this? Hello, buddy. Ooh, ho, 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 ho. Fire. Good. Bonk. It's a little strong. Hey, Finsex, how you doing? Yeah, Blacksmith's giant hammer is a little strong. Just a bit. Just a tad. I never hot swap after killing a boss. I know I'll mess it up 90% of the time because my fingers hate me. That's totally fair. Although I will say, a lot of bosses, the window of opportunity is a lot bigger than you might think it is. We'll get 4. Get the swag. Thank you. Also, for anybody else, this is one that I've talked about before, but it's while we're on the topic of hot swapping. If you go to your items, a lot of people actually don't know this, funny enough. You can change the order in which these items appear in. So what you can do is you can go to the Homeward Bone, you go to change order, and then you can select it to go up to the top. So that way, whenever I need to Homeward Bone, I can just pause and then spam my A button to get to the Homeward Bone. So that way you can kind of avoid a little bit of clutter on your item bar. I clenched a bit watching you drop instead of using the ladder. Okay, that drop is really consistent, but it is terrifying every time I do it. From that lever, if you do 2 perfect rolls back in the direction of the ladder, you will always land on that platform, and it never looks like you're going to make it. Not even close. I wasn't even worried. And I don't need to go up to the golem today because we are not doing a standard weapon. So I get to do a somewhat fast Sen's Fortress, which is nice. This is going to go past the axes. By my wizard powers, I cast giant boulder. Okay. I make myself laugh sometimes. Maybe I shouldn't, but I just like having fun. All right. Have you ever played DS on keyboard or only controller? I don't think I've ever done a full playthrough on keyboard, but I have tried keyboard. I should familiarize myself with keyboard a little bit more, because it'll be nice for some other projects that I have been working on for a bit now. But your own spell turned against you. It was a rebound. Big rock. Reminds me of one of my favorite Slay the Spire 2 speedruns I watched, where they used Primal Force as their main mechanism of damage. And if you don't know what Primal Force does, in Slay the Spire 2, it is a card that turns all of your attack cards in your hand into big rocks that just deal like 15 damage. It's incredible. Okay, now I'm expecting this thing to absolutely bamboozle the Iron Golem. And then we're going to have a not so great time against ONS, but it is what it is. Hello, Golem. I'm actually going to... This is a terrible idea, actually. Oh, yeah. Okay, walk this way a little bit. Okay, now turn. Good boy. Now by Iron Golem. Oh! Wasn't even close. Wasn't even worried. God. Chat, I'm about to give y'all the... This sentence is going to sound weird. But, like... After a specific challenge run that I just got done recording not too long ago, and I'm currently working on the script for, I can never look at the way they program stairs in these games again. Like, it's... Played through DS1, DS2, DS3, and Elden Ring with keyboard and mouse. Not as bad as people claim. In fact, I actually like it. Lets you look around more freely. Lock-on is useless outside of ranged battle. Only issue is the default keybinds for keyboard and mouse are absolute cheeks, and you need to rearrange them. That's like 5 minutes. Yeah, I will say I have done... I did keyboard and keyboard controls for Dark Souls 2 for a while. Just had fun with that. Oh, you learned about the stairs? Yeah. I will say, stick around, and maybe I'll reveal what the next challenge video that I'm working on is. Because, oh boy, it's a doozy. I remember I told the other Bonfire members what I was doing. I was like, so I decided to try this out. And their first response was, why would you ever do that? So, you know, that's a good sign. Oh, dang it. That was a jank throwing knife. That was some jank right there. Not the me getting hit part. It's the part with the afterwards. Weird. Hey, thank you so much, Scott. Hi. Really, really appreciate it. It does help me out a lot. Hey, Albatross, how you doing? Oh. Once again, thank you so much, Scott. I really, really, really appreciate it. Oh, God. Oh, wait, I just realized. You guys can't see the notifications on stream. Oh, God. Okay, hold on. Hold, please. Hold. Let me think. How do I... What's gonna happen if I do this? That's what's gonna happen. Okay, hold on. Hold on. This scene? I think this is the one we're doing, right? Yes, okay. Paste. Okay. That should fix it. Wouldn't be a GW stream without tech issues? True. Also, we're only an hour into this run. I'm very happy that Blacksmith Giant Hammer is going so fast because we're probably also going to do Blacksmith Hammer, at least a good bit of it. And I've never used that weapon, so I have no idea how good that run's going to be. Went through at least 3 different jobs in the last 2 weeks, but I finally landed on one I can stick with. Hey, that is good to see that at least you think you're like in a position where you're potentially sure, because I know job hunting is... Admittedly, it's not something I myself have gone through a lot of, but I definitely had a lot of friends who've gone through the pain, so I know the stress. usually have more trouble with raptors than the archers. I will tell you right now, speedrunners are 1,000% more terrified of raptors than they are archers. Hey, Mage. How you doing, Chief? Man, I haven't gotten a courtesy arrow in so long. Yeah, good to hear that it's less. I can't find a job either. You got this. I believe in you. I believe in all of you. And I don't just say that because I'm trying to be memey or because I'm trying to do the streamer thing where you be nice to your viewers. No. I am saying that because I genuinely believe in each and every one of you. You all can do great things. And I am not saying that to be sappy. I am saying that to be honest because y'all need to hear that. Y'all got this. Getting a psychology degree and 30K in debt just to go into manual labor doesn't feel great, but I plan to go in for my master's next year. So, yeah, that's the college experience right there. I've had a lot of friends go through that, but it will work out. So long as you've got the perseverance, you will find the results. And I know you got perseverance because you're on this channel. All right, how does the damage against Ornstein look? Because normally the strat is to kill Smo first with this. Ooh. I would really like to... Okay, a bar on Ornstein. I'm probably doing like 2.5 bars to Smo. Gonna be slow. Okay. You attack. Yeah, I would like to kill Ornstein first here, because Ornstein has a lot of lightning resistance in phase 2 if you kill Smo first. But if you're comfortable with Super Ornstein, then you could... Ow. You could just do Smo first. Because look at that damage. Okay, Smo's going to want to charge at me. Okay. Okay, there we go. All right, Smo. How are we looking on damage? Okay, still about a bar, even in phase 2. Probably gonna jump, yeah. There we go. Pretty nice ONS. Delete agenda down. True. Delete agenda and super wait a moment. Genuinely one of my best bits. I had so much fun writing that. So where's my... There we go. That's an idea. Not for a video, but just for an idea for a random stream. We could play through... We could play through the poorly translated mod. Maybe do like a poorly translated randomizer. That could be fun. That was some fantastic RNG. It was pretty good, yeah. Also some really, you know, being able to manipulate it the way I was able to predict it pretty well. Which I'm pretty happy with. Poorly translated mod with the randomizer. Yeah, I think that would be the most fun way to experience poorly translated. Okay, so the first thing we should do is let's go take care of all of Darkroot first. So what we'll do is we'll do all of Darkroot. We'll set that includes doing Moonlight, Sif, set up the DLC. That will also include. Actually, I think that's about it. We'll set up DLC, get all that stuff going. Poorly translated seamless. Ooh, that could be fun. I bet I could recruit some. I bet I could recruit some bonfire members. I do need to do some more collaborative stuff with the bonfire. It's always fun. Why not Sif until after the DLC? I mean, we could. That would just push 4 kings off for a while. And usually just sort of like to streamline the process of doing these weapons. I like to kind of do this in a pattern where I just do the areas kind of like in a sweeping process. So by the time I'm done here, the only reason I should have to come back here is for the DLC. And I kind of just clear the areas out one at a time, and it expedites the process really nicely. There's also a few other mods that I've been looking at that could be a lot of fun to play through. I've actually been wanting to play some more modded Dark Souls. Because what bit I have played, like, for example, all the lovely mods that Trev and Telios made for us for Don't You Dare Go Hollow, that was peak entertainment. But that's also partially because of the fact that Don't You Dare Go Hollow is always peak entertainment. And I say that as the person that just gets to be there and chat with the other bonfire members. But huge surprise. Streamer enjoys spending time with his friends. I know. It's crazy. Ah, I should have stayed there. Come here, butterfly. Did I just roll cancel your attack? Did I hear something about the charity run? Yeah, you did. How you doing, Chandy? Good to see you, Chief. Oh, I still need to do pig percent. I just realized I never finished pig percent. Okay, butterfly, can you please come down here? Thank you. $360. Big percent was miserable. I don't even remember where my file is at. I need to go re-watch that segment to see where I'm at in pick percent. Is there a mod that kind of remakes DS2? I know there's the lighting engine, and I've not played at all with the lighting engine. Although I have seen a bit of it, because I've watched videos by my goat Yasmania, but I haven't taken time to explore it myself yet. Which, by the way, if y'all like Dark Souls 2 and haven't watched a Yasmania vid, Yaz is the GOAT. Like, unironically. Lighting engine always makes me feel weird. I've heard that there's a lot of, like, customizability. So, I'm curious what all you could achieve with that. Everyone say hi to the mushrooms. Hello, mushrooms. As part of the Babsa Treaty, I will not touch you. Does the giant blacksmith have the mace R2? It has the club R2, so I'm not going to press anything except R2. It does the jump attack thing. I was introduced to Lemon and the rest of the bonfire through Meaty Jesus one-shot video. Meaty bamboozled all of us with that video, by the way. We had no idea that Meaty actually had figured out Four Kings. Hey, it's Andy. Welcome to the challenge. Ooh, yeah. All right, Sif. What you got for me, doggo? That's that good damage. Oh, that positioning was beautiful on those backs. If he had spun attack right there, that would have been like perfect RNG, but now he's doing nothing but the backslide. Beautiful wolf. One-shot challenge vids were great. Yeah, that was... Those videos were really fun to work out. Yeah, 3 of us figured out the strat completely independently from each other. Oh, I heard that. Thank you very much, whoever. Babsa! I've been so what an honor. I've always said you're a good one. Thank you so much, Babsa. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the 50. Oh my God, 50. Thank you so much, unironically. It's very, very helpful. Just unironically. Okay, that is Sif. That is Butterfly. Let's go do Hydra. Yeah, no, that was the timeline as well as like how everybody figured out the strat, like, because Meaty did it in absolute secrecy, and then there was the interaction between you and me, Andy, and then you figured it out, and then I actually put it into practice, and then the timeline was crazy. That was a wild time to be alive. And then I proceeded to spend the next like 14 hours straight trying to do the Manus one shot with no save states. It was perfect timing. Good. I'm not paying attention. It's actually crazy, speaking of which. I don't think I've told you about this, Andy. I went to go see my family in Florida not too long ago. And I found out that someone in my family beat the Dark Souls series using a guitar. And their inspirations were like Lobos runs and also your trumpet run, Andy. It was really funny because I'm like, oh yeah, I know Andy. Oh god. I think I'm good here. Yeah, I'm good here. Only 5.5 hours left at work. Yay! I know that feeling. God, I know that feeling. This is an awkward amount of damage. We need to do the rest of them in jump attacks. As I guess I must have cut off the wrong head. Yeah, that's better. Okay. The motion control frying pan controller. Okay, sick. Now I can just kill the last head. Any head I want to, however I want here. There we go. Nice and easy. Is the most handsome YouTuber in existence in chat? Listen, you're gonna need to be a bit more specific. 'Cause I think the bonfire is full of some heckin' handsomers. In my opinion. This is why my girlfriend doesn't believe that I'm not gay. But like me, no. So anyway, the golden golem has Dusk of Ulasil. We hit with Hi, Dusk. How are you doing today? Nothing gay about handsome, recognize them handsome? True. Also should be noted that there's nothing wrong with being gay either. It's just, you know. Whatever flavor you prefer is the flavor you prefer. You don't want me to start mentioning cake and JK and all that? I don't know. We're referring to... I need to stop before I say something too out of pocket. We're gonna go do Nito. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with handsome asking out handsome. Exactly. Anyway. You sorry fool. You cannot be the Oh, you done? You leaving, Annie? Okay. Go on. Ugh. Why harm what does no harm? This is factual. Some would say there is no reason to kill a mockingbird. That's right. I read that book. Let me tell you, it was the most boring piece of literature I've ever experienced in my life. Okay, not the most boring. I take that back. To Kill a Mockingbird is probably the second most boring piece of literature I've ever read. And that includes a quantum physics textbook. The most boring piece of literature I've ever read was probably... Is it When Things Fall Apart? Is that the book? Is that the name of the book? Main character's name, if I remember correctly, was Okonkwo. There's one mockingbird I love to kill. I bet you one-shot Pinwheel. It won't be a one-shot, probably. Because Pinwheel is a bit... Because Pinwheel is like a little under half of Quelaag, and we didn't nearly do enough damage to Quelaag. All right, ready for the swag roll? Got it. I'll take the 2-shot. All right, chat. You have 20 seconds to guess what the mask is. If you get it right, you get bragging rights for the rest of the stream. Or until we get another mask. Get your votes in now. I don't remember what the ratio of the series so far has been, but it has been overwhelmingly child. I think it's been something like, I want to say 7 child masks, like 3 fathers, and like 1 mother, something like that. All right, we've got child, father, child, mother, father, father, mother, child, father, child, father, mother. All right, here we go. Picking up in 3, in 2, and 1. Mask of the Father. That means the Blacksmith Giant Hammer Run is blessed by the Mask of Daddies. Sorry, let me get that. Of Daddies. There we go. I didn't get the Dark Moon Seance Ring. I made it dumb. That's me, baby. Should have gone with my gut. Enjoy your bragging rights. Why isn't the Mask of the Father green? Because this game's only a 9 out of 10, not of a 10 out of 10. If it was a 10 out of 10, they would have painted the Father mask green and would have added fishing. I don't make the rules. That's just how it is. I probably should have stuck around a little further so that way the Black Knight had a chance to go off. Book was called Things Fall Apart. Thank you, Mage. Yeah, that book was All right. So story about Things Fall Apart. I might get some details about the book a little wrong, and you will know why very soon. So I had to read that book in high school. I think for... Was that sophomore year or was that junior year? I think it was junior year. Actually, no, we'll wear the mask. And that book was so boring. It was... I think it has to do with, like... if I remember correctly, I think it's an African tribe. And it's about a character who has a number of wives that's more than one. Because I remember that was, like, the thing that our teacher was, like, really trying to make sure that we, like, always internalized. And... Nice. Managed my stamina quickly there. By the way, while I am playing Dark Souls, quick thing to note, two quick things to note about Nito. First of all, I believe Nito's pretty resistant to thunder damage. And also, whenever he's going for his blast, I'm trying to keep my stamina a little bit down. So that way I get the guard break animation where my character just kind of bounces with a shield off. Because if I don't have that, if I have too much stamina, then I get knocked back like that. So you see how I had enough stamina so you get knocked back when he explodes? I'll do it again here. Okay, well, or they can hit my shield. Where you see there, I didn't get knocked back. So I will do it again here. I see I fully blocked the hit, so therefore I've got a lot of knockback. Whereas if you manage your stamina correctly... I'm going to try to get him to explode again here. Yeah, where if you manage your stamina correctly... Or you can just take the hit. That also works. So now I don't have very much stamina. Now watch. Now I don't get knocked back. I kind of just stagger in place. So if you manage your stamina correctly, you can get this fight done very quickly. But yeah, going back to the book that we were talking about. Needless to say, the book was really, really, really slow. At least for sophomore year Kyle. And I got so bored that I just straight up refused to read it. And it was really funny because the way that the teacher was testing us to see if we could read it was we ended up putting our desks in like a giant circle and we had to have a debate about the book. I don't even remember what we were debating, to be honest. But I remember I just made all of my debate points from like the first 4 chapters. And my teacher thought that I was so smart for trying to point out all the foreshadowing. And I was like, I'm going to be real. I haven't even touched this book. Also, we need to go back into the catacombs to grab Dark Moon Seance Ring. But yeah, when things fall apart, that book is. Why lightning damage? Because that is what the weapon uses. I don't get to make up the rules. I mean, I do get to make up the rules, and this is what the rules say. You sorry fool. You could not be the chosen. Oh, we got the full phrase off that time because I was being slow. Can I fast roll in this? I can. Did you start the debate with greetings and salutations? I did not. I should have. Duplicate some souls. No. I am already capped on scaling and upgrades, so we are fine. So when using the Ghost Blade, it has 110 AR at one point, but there's a debuff on it that reduces the AR by 43. Is that one of the lowest ARs in the game? I imagine, yeah. Because that's basically... That is essentially, like, base dagger level. Like, even worse than base dagger, actually. 43 AR. Wait, isn't that... Yeah, that's barely more than your fists, because your fists are base 20. Honestly, one of the reasons why my writing style is relatively fast-paced when writing stories, I never see the point in going on and on forever. Like, I get it if there's a lot of stuff that you need to set up, and so you need slower parts of the story, but, like, as a writer, I don't know, maybe keep... No, it's 110 minus 43. Okay, so that makes it like 67. I'm gonna find you. I hope you know that. I'm going to find you. I am going to find you. You know what? You know what? If you host another bingo tournament, I'm going to beat the entire thing again just for that. I'm getting back in the training room just for that. Bannon. Yeah, I bet you are, JK. Yeah, exactly, Darker. What happened? JK has made it his mission for like the past 2 years. To try and to bait me into saying the two numbers back and forth all the time. Man is addicted to 6-7 jokes. Okay. Do we need to have an intervention for JK about those numbers? How long have you known JK for? Long enough to where I recognize he has a problem. That's... Okay, Havel's right. Go away, Gwendolyn. The realization as you said it was so peak. Not long enough if you're still falling for his BS, I say. Listen. I agree. We should spend more time chatting. Because I do like spending time with everybody at Bonfire. By the way, can we get this in like two... Can we get a 2-cycle Gwendolyn? 1, 2, jump. Oh yeah, 2-cycle very easily. I was not paying attention. Okay, that is a good cycle. Nice. No, you don't trust me. Well, you guys don't want us to hang out? Y'all don't want to hang out? Okay. As Yoda's. By the way, my browser says there are currently 69 people watching. Nice. Also, thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out. And all the lurkers out there. You don't got to say anything, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Thank you very much. I haven't gotten the doll yet. I met with JK. I got you. Been watching you beat Scholar the first sin with only miracles. That was a very fun challenge. Genuinely one of my favorite videos that I've ever made. I was really proud of that video. I forgot the doll! JK, I'm about to will something else into existence. Kyle's a highly trained professional. Ah, yes. Anyone here a fan of Metroidvanias? I adore Metroidvanias. Do you want me to scythe him? You have my full backing. When it comes to Metroidvanias, though, I love them. I need to play more of them, honestly. As the resident, I have not tried The Last Faith. I'd be very down. I do have some other Metroidvania. I never beat Silksong. I should get back to that at some point. I did adore Hollow Knight, though. As the resident Hollow Knight enjoyer of the bonfire. Not the only one, but the most vocal one. Yes, Metroidvanias are great. And new Castlevania in like, what is it, like 2 months? Isn't the new Castlevania game coming out in October? It's like Castlevania and Bloodborne had a baby. Match made in heaven right there. Also, very nice Stray Demon. Good damage. Wait, is it? Am I incorrect in thinking, wasn't the new Castlevania October 15th? Oh. That's it. Anyways, there's the doll. Yeah, Last Faith. I will definitely look into it. For the record, JK is here and is still laughing. JK, breathe. In and out. Hee-hoo, hee-hoo, hee-hoo. Breathe, my friend. Yeah, new 2D Castlevania. I think is it Curse of Belmont is the name? Belmont's Curse. That's what it is. Symphony of the Night is one of the best games I've ever played. I never actually beat Symphony of the Night, but I did enjoy what bit I played of it. I do need to actually beat Symphony of the Night. So obviously the original Castlevania I played a lot. Curse of Darkness, I played a ton of Curse of Darkness. I played a lot of Portrait of Ruin. What was the other one that I had? I played a lot of Castlevania 64. But we had a corrupted memory card, so I never beat it because I had to start it over every time I played it. Okay, make that arrow make sense. Curse of Darkness is so good. Genuinely, like, when are we getting a remake report of that? Alright, so I need to listen for footsteps. No, I was hearing behind me. There she is. 2R2 stagger? Nice. Okay, dead angle. Moored via Aqueduct? Yeah. Fun fact, in every challenge video I have made, there is a Curse of Darkness track in it. Every single challenge video, there is a Curse of Darkness track.
So it was you, was it? How dare you?
Ma'am, this is... Ma'am, this is a Dairy Queen. Yeah, no, I played a lot of Curse of Darkness. Just brutal murder. I respect it. Listen. If they're gonna buff, they're gonna regret it. Lament of Innocence. That's the other one that I played. Never beat Lament of Innocence because there was something else that we bought around at the same time that I was more interested in playing in. But yeah, Lament of Innocence was another one that I played a bit of. Symphony of the Night I played a little bit of. Wait, are we talking Castlevania? I just got back. Yeah, we are. Talking about the fact that we got new Castlevania next month. Also, aren't these guys weak to lightning? Oh, thank God. This is going to make this so much easier. How bad is Vamos' hammer? To be honest, I've never really used it. So, but based on the fact that I never hear about people using it, it's either extremely mid or bad. Probably. Castlevania 64. Oh, man, that game had a control scheme. Castlevania 64 is peak. What are your PC specs? I know the graphics card I have is a 3080. At least I think that's the graphics card I have. Aside from that, I've got a water coolant system. I've got like, I think 9 fans. Also, hold up. Yeah, that was a bit late.
else I got in this thing?
Honestly, I don't remember. Yes, the nitroglycerin. Wasn't it if you jump, you blow up? Wasn't that the mechanic of that area? There we go. That's much better. Bye, buddy. Bye, buddy. Yes, if you jumped or got hit, you blew up and instantly died. Yes. I remember that area. God, I should play some Castlevania 64. It has been forever. Okay, we are not quite at 30 vitality. I might get a few more points in stamina, but other than that, the build is looking pretty good. Yeah, but why wouldn't there be motorcycle skeletons? Listen, if there can be vacuum ghosts, there can be motorcycle skeletons. I'll tell you what, you should play Zelda Bingo with this awesome Italian woman. I am down. We should schedule that sometime soon. Because I have not played a Zelda game in a bit. Motorcycle skeletons is the natural evolution of bone wheels. True. Oh, speaking of things I have to schedule, I need to contact Utter. Because we still need to complete... we promised we would do Dark Souls 3 Armor of Thorns. Never sold any CJ mods. I don't think so. What would those include? Original NES Legend of Zelda bingo? I know I promised a Tears of the Kingdom bingo, but I would be willing to do bingos in the other games. Let me check my clam spawns here. I think I've got one in here. Yeah, we got one. There we go. Okay, that's what I wanted. Don't you still have to do Elden Ring Briar armor? I told you, once you release your Nickelback cover. Good seep damage, by the way. Why me? Why me? I can't move my camera, by the way. I am... Hold on. I'll release that one in element release. Okay, hold on. It shows us the controller that's connected. I can't. There we go. Whoops. Ow. Ow. Foot. Cramp. Ow. Okay, that's all that taken care of. We've got... we've already got Daughter of Chaos Bonfire unlocked, so let's go down. Was that clean shave, GW? Listen. You did so much damage to Seath, you broke the controls. It's not easy being... It's not easy being this damaging. Too many skips, that's the reason we did one. Okay, so in this run, we've got Izalith Trio, Four Kings, DLC, and then we're pretty much done. Just got to do Final Boss, and then we'll be done with Blacksmith Giant Hammer. But this weapon run has been a bit short, so I do have time to at least start the Blacksmith Hammer run. We will see if we finish the Blacksmith Hammer run on stream. Because these runs do tend to average, depending on how good the weapon is, somewhere around 3-ish hours. So we'll see. But if it's looking like it's going to be a relatively fast weapon, then we might just finish it up on stream as well. But we will absolutely finish up this weapon, and unless something goes tragically wrong, we will get started on Blacksmith Hammer. Actually, I wanted to see how... Nice-oo. I don't need that bonfire. We're good. How we doing? We are doing pretty good. We are cruising, I'd say, at pretty fast speeds here. Hey, Taurus. Bye, Taurus. I'm gonna need to blow my nose here in a moment. The allergies, they're getting to me. Nice. Good damage. This thing just does like a solid bar of damage to like everything. What's the fastest way to upgrade your weapons to plus 15? So the fastest route, if you're making a standard weapon to plus 15, is first of all, either buy 9 Titanite shards or 8 Titanite shards from Andre. You go 8 if you want to get the extra drop from the Heavy Knight in the church, 9 if you just want to buy all of them. If you're, depending on what your weapon's upgrade cost is, that means that you're going to be out about 8,200 souls if it's a 200 cost weapon to get every level upgraded. Very easy way to do that. Moonlight Butterfly drops 10,000 souls. So if you have in any way are able to kill the Moonlight Butterfly, you can get 10,000 souls, and that's a plus 5 weapon very easily. After that, you need large Titanite shards. Now, the #1 way to get large Titanite shards is going to be through Sen's Fortress. If you want the intended path for it, you get 1 in the depths, 1 by the channeler. You get 1 in Blighttown, just before Quailag's domain. And then you get 3 stacks of 2 within Sen's Fortress. And then if you need the last one or you didn't pick up one of the other single ones, you can buy your last ones while you're in Sense Fortress of the Merchant. For chunks, Kyle, give me a Slay the Spire 2 character, Regent. For chunks, your best bet is to kill the Black Knight in the Undead Parish, Undead Burg, kill the 2 golems in Sen's Fortress. That will get you up to 4. And then the last 3, you can get 1 from Rubbish by trading it to the Crows. And then the other 2, you can either pick them up in chests inside of Nulanda Runes, or if you can get them as random drops from Dark Wraiths, that helps as well. And then Titanite Slab is Stray Demon. And that is a plus 15 weapon before you even get to pre-Iron Golem. Yeah, you also need the Embers. Which, that route will take you by both Embers. The biggest wall in that entire route, unironically, is just Capra Demon. Easy game for babies, true. But I did farm leeches a good bit. Yeah, that can... farming leeches is another way you could do it if you wanted to get it even before Quelaag. Crystal Lizards and Great Hollow are also an option, but RNG based. Yeah, because the table they drop from... The tables they drop from are very heavily leaning towards good upgrades. To quote our citrus friend. I've had a lot of people tell me that when I get mad, which doesn't happen very often, I get like fake mad for videos every now and then, but like when I get mad, I've been told I sound like Benson from Regular Show. Learning to speedrun for the BKH route. Do you have any tips? Yeah, so first of all, you already do kind of smell like... Smell. Yeah, I smell like Benson. Wow, I can English today. Sound like Benson. I can believe it. I mean... So for Black Knight... You tried. So first of all, I highly recommend that if you're going to learn Black Knight Halberd specifically, that you learn the route using, the drop mod. Because there are 2 categories. There's no drop mod and there's drop mod. Drop mod basically changes the drop rate to 100%. Use that so you can consistently practice learning the strategies. Once you've gotten your route down consistently, you can... That was weird. Ben of Chaos just did not want to do anything for a second there. Once you've got your route down, then you can decide which category you want to run in. You can either run no drop mod, which is, you know, the RNG fest, or drop mod. Can you be mad so we can compare? All right, give me a second. Whoop, hold up. I might tear up my voice a little bit doing this, but it's for the memes. It's easy to get mad with this boss. True. Ahem. You two better have this cleaned up by the time I get back, or you're fired! Is that good? There's a run category based entirely on RNG, so you can waste literal hours. Yeah, that's the reason, one of the big reasons why people don't like running glitchless, is because they don't like having to waste time for RNG for Black Knight Halberd. I was gonna make you angry, but I don't think there's anything I can physically say that's bad about Portrait of Ruin. Portrait of Ruin's peak. Just genuinely. Awesome. Thank you. 10 out of 10 notes. Thank you. Okay, that's all that taken care of. Next up is going to be Four Kings. And then we get to go do DLC. DLC tends to be where this weapon falls off a little bit. Because of the vast amount of elemental resistance. And did I kill... I didn't kill the Firekeeper while I was down there. It's fine. DLC. Have you been repairing the weapon? I have not been. How are we looking? Oh, we're fine. How's our AR looking on this thing, by the way? So yeah, the 300 lightning damage is just flat. It is not scaling whatsoever. Do I feel like doing actual ghost fighting this run? Probably not. By the way, if you guys want the strategy for getting through this next room quickly, because people get stuck on it, what I'm going to do is, in order to get the ghost out of the wall, I am going to kind of purposely run left into the wall a little bit here. So I'm going to run left, and that gets the ghost to move ever so slightly out of the way. What do you recommend for first-time challenge runners? So it really depends on how deep into the pool you want to jump into. And really depends on how you kind of evaluate your own personal skill level. So, and I've actually been thinking about making a video about this. I would say that, like, some of the best challenge runs to start with are very non-restrictive runs. So this might sound crazy, but like a magic only run is a really good one to start with. So like, for example, I know sorcerer only is really easy, but like it's a good one to kind of get your feet wet. Archery only and shields only both also are kind of good to kind of like get you used. Like the whole idea to these really simple challenge runs is to get you used to the boss's movesets, and then once you're kind of used to the like kind of the more deeper ways the game operates and have like a better feeling for things, then you start dipping your toes into some of the more complex ones. Things like stamina lists is like, it seems really easy because of the amount of magic damage you do, but like being able to position yourself in a way so you can do that much damage is an entirely different story. Bow only runs are, I'd say they're on the lower end of challenge runs. Not to say that like they're easy per se, but like they're definitely a gimmick that is fairly easy to figure out. But depending on what game you're playing, it can vary wildly in how difficult bow only is. We're gonna... I did not deserve to live there. Okay, so who wants to know a fun fact about this run? The damage the four kings are weakest to is lightning. Which means we get to have a lot of fun. Okay, and now we're gonna do 1, 2, 3. Hammer time. Oh, sorry. Okay. Whoops. We should still get the full end. Okay, this looks like it's going to be a 3-king fight. 3 kings is always a good sign. That's kind of, in general, the target. I did it only on my first run, but now I feel like I'm getting burned on anything I play or run, and I have a lot of runs that I've scrapped because it's either too easy or too hard. Yeah, that's very, very natural. Okay, and then I gotta set up the combo after this. Okay. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Oh, pretty much exactly a 3-king fight, which is pretty cool. By the way, once you beat the 4 kings, you no longer need the ring to run around down here. Why am I leveling Dex? Nobody cares about Dex. We'll go with that. That looks about right. I do think I kind of tore up my voice a little bit there with that yell, though. So yeah, I got some water. Yeah, it's pretty much, I imagine, so that way people can't, like, soft lock themselves. Because also, like, the other thing about it, too, is, like, what happens if you rest there and then you take the ring off? And then you just permanently die over and over again. Nice run. Thank you, thank you. What was a challenge you thought would be difficult but turned out to be relatively easy in practice? I would say probably the biggest case of that would either be... The first one that comes to mind is Dark Souls 1 without walking, actually. The early game was really tricky to navigate, but once the build got solved, like once you had the build together, the game was like really easy after that. It's a hard challenge to start out with, right? Because you're so squishy and just getting any materials is a pain. And then once you get to a certain point of the game, the farming process was really obnoxious. But once you farmed out and made your build, you kind of just steamroll the entire game, even when you can't move. Staminaless also had kind of the same feel for it, but the difference with Staminaless is it just snowballed way harder than no walking went. Torch only Dark Souls 3? I can imagine. Have we seen Painted World yet? We have. Of course. All right, Sanctuary Guardian. This is going to be a bit tricky. We'll see. We'll see. If we get good RNG, then it won't be bad. That's not good RNG. I did not roll there. What? Oh, that was... Yeah, this damage... This is what I mean. The drop-off and how effective lightning damage is in the DLC makes this weapon really good at clearing out pretty much all of base game. But DLC is where this thing starts to... show its true colors. I'm gonna let this hit me. Ow. So normally you can let that hit you, and what will happen is he almost always goes for a charge attack out of that. And if you spam roll, you can just dodge roll out of the charge attack. I will see if I can get it this time. Makes it really easy to get out of that. Same idea here. This should be tail. Ooh, and a stagger. Too bad we didn't finish the combo. Okay. Kill? Nice. We did already beat... No, we didn't. We didn't do Gaping and Capra. Thank you for reminding me. We need to go do those. You're right. I don't need to fight them, but I am doing all bosses on every weapon. In fact, let's go do that now. Oh, yeah, they are going to explode. By the way, fun fact, if you want to do this bridge very easily, I'm going to get to the second one. I'm going to hover over yes. I see the dragon at the top of my screen. I press yes. And now I'm just safe. I didn't see a dragon at the top of my screen because the dragon's dead. I forgot that we killed the dragon. I'm made of stupid today. I don't know what to tell y'all. Whoops. Three, two, one. Four, three, two, one. There we go. Only today? I don't know, Chief. Listen. Whoop. Mistimed my roll. Oh, hold on. Oh. Quisp damage. Quispy damage, even. All right, the real question is, do I even need to kill the channeler? Probably not. My bad. Don't kill it. You're probably overpowered anyway. Yeah, see, that's what I was feeling like. We could also get the rare instance of the gaping dragon killing the channeler. The channeler can still actually snipe you while you're in the arena. That's the more annoying part. That was greedy. You know what? This is fine. Yeah, see, the channeler can still technically hit us. But you're right. It doesn't change much of anything. Yeah, because all the elemental damage against DLC bosses. Yep. It's an experience. Okay, almost up to 30 endurance. That'll be fine. 5 Estus is gonna have a little trouble, but we should be fine. Ah, Royal Woods. Is it weird that this is probably my least favorite area in the game? Like, I really like it from, like, a lore perspective, but I just don't like coming through here. Beating bosses where their number correlates to the periodic table. How would you correlate bosses to the periodic table of elements? Conceptually neat, game plates, whatever. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. Also, I'm totally not paying attention. I would know I don't have the DLC yet. The Dark Souls Remastered all the way. Although I totally get for people that like the original. I will admit my biases. I have always been a Remastered fan. Hey, Danica. How you doing? All right. I imagine this weapon's not going to have a great time with Ornstein, but we're going to see how it goes. Okay. Nice. Ooh, 3 hits for Stacker. Oof, a little slow on the dodge there on my part. Okay, let's play this out a little more intelligently, shall we? Damage is actually looking not too terrible. I deserve that. Hey, Slingshot. How you doing? Oh, no, you don't. Ow. Okay, now give me something I can work with here. Okay, this move can sometimes result in you getting hit. Probably could have gone for a 3rd hit there. Yeah, that's exactly why. Oof. Bad spacing on my part. Okay. Oof. That's that end lag of the hammer coming in. Okay, and this should be GG. There we go. Good fight. Low damage, but being able to stagger the boss, not low damage, but being able to stagger the boss helps a lot, and some pretty average damage, I'd say, against Artorias. Makes it nice. Nothing stopping you from healing yourself with just humanity? I tend to like to save my humanity for, you know, when I need it. That's usually why I end up with a stockpile of it. You first tried every boss? This is insane. I mean, to be fair, Blacksmith's Giant Hammer is a really good weapon. Okay. Okay. Nice. Hi, buddy. Bye, buddy. Right. Coming up on the hardest room in the game, which we'll see how it goes. At least in my opinion, what the hardest room in the game is. Yeah, we're one-shotting these guys with a two-handed R1. R1, R1, R2. Oh, that was just a little bit damage shy of killing the whole thing. That's nice. Okay. All right, let's see how this goes. Bad mage RNG. Oh, we just roll canceled a dark bead. Holy. There we go. All right. 3 bosses left. Blech. Green Tynite Shards, all right. And this is the run back that I have all but perfected thanks to one-shot challenge. All right. What do we got, Manus? Ooh, that's an R2. Okay, this is going to be... This is going to be a fight. When you're fighting a hard boss and you need to lock in, what kind of music do you listen to? So normally I just listen to game audio a lot of the time. But if I'm like really needing to focus, then then I'll put on like ADHD music from like, you can find like ADHD music on YouTube. Whenever I used to play in like tournament for like League of Legends, that's the kind of stuff I would listen to. Okay. Okay, that one we go in. Okay. 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 Got him. There we go. Nice and easy. If I weren't so practiced at that boss, that may have been a bit of a nightmare, but I know his moveset a little bit at this point. Thank you, chat. Thank you. All right. Now we got to go set up for Calamite. Listening to Du Hast. Ooh. Good choice. Good choice. Gotta go. Keep up the good work, man, and congrats on your bingos. One, they were pretty fun. Hey, thank you so much, Lures. Hope you have a good time. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out, and I hope you enjoyed the VODs. 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 VODS, not VODs. VODs. Ugh. For you, which is the hardest boss of DS1? Calamite or Manus? For me, it's Calamite. Calamite is always the problem boss. And it's because Calamite's got a lot of jank. And I feel like of any of the Dark Souls 1 bosses, Calamite's RNG is the one that can screw you over the most. Like, the difference between a bad, like, for example, a bad RNG ONS fight is still pretty manageable, whereas a bad RNG Calamite fight is manageable but miserable. For me personally, Gwyn. So Gwyn is very, very tricky if you are in a situation where you can't riposte. It is a really awkward fight. It's not... If you can't riposte and parry, then there are strategies you can use. If you're able to parry but not riposte, then there is a slightly easier method you can go with. But anything that can't parry has a really tricky time with Gwyn. So I totally get it with Gwyn. Hey, you're on. Have your boyfriend stupid soul.
Thank
Yeah, I definitely understand like it being Manus. Like Manus is definitely like one of the big three bosses. I say that most people say it's either Manus, Calamite, or Artorias. Now, those are usually the like #1 run killers for people. Whoops, a little shy. All right, Calamite, what you got for me today? Ow. Apparently I needed to dodge sooner. Okay, not terrible. Gonna want a melee swipe. Going with that today, are we? Watch your ears. Okay. 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 Yep, that's up. Ugh. My throat kind of got messed up from that Benson scream. That's all right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. There we go. All right. Not amazing damage, but any day we see yellow is a good day, so. Whew. The comment about dodging the neck like it's a sword helps so much in avoiding damage in this fight. Yeah, that was a huge revelation for me. What comment? Also nice, Bagel Goose. So basically, I had an epiphany. I forgot what run it was. I want to say it was Dark Souls Without Souls, where I had an epiphany where I stopped trying to dodge Calamite's head whenever he did melee attacks, and I always imagined that his neck was the blade of the sword. And for some reason, when I picture it that way, it lets me avoid his attacks a lot easier. It's kind of just like a mentality shift that I had when fighting that boss. And when you treat Calamite's like neck as the blade of a weapon, it's a lot easier to avoid his attacks that way.
You sorry
That's something that I often try to do is whenever I feel like I'm having trouble against a boss, I try to develop like mentalities like that. Where it's like, okay, what do I feel about this boss? Like, what is a rule of thumb that I can develop for this? And that was kind of like became my rule of thumb for like the Calamite melee attacks and has drastically improved my consistency with Calamite. Sheesh. Well, you're still alive after that. All right, and then the last boss that this weapon has trouble with, believe it or not, is Gwyn. But thanks to some parry looping, we should be pretty good as long as we can stop trolling against these Black Knights. Good God. Yeah, that's a good way to do it, Marlo. Is it Marlo? Marlald? Marlo? I think it's probably Marlald. Yeah, that's a good way to do it in your playthroughs. Reason why I have more like thought processes like that is because obviously I do a lot of runs where I have a lot of runs where like I have to figure things out. Okay. Now let's go ahead and do this. We should be fine to do a regular Gwyn parry loop here. Ooh, if I can time my parries correctly, good lord. Okay. Here we go. I did not drink Estus there. That's fine. There we go. And now we drink an Estus. And GG. And that's Blacksmith Giant Hammer. Really solid weapon. As you can tell, in pretty much the entire base game is an absolute menace. Can rip through all the bosses very easily. There's a reason why this wasn't any percent speedrun weapon. Against the DLC, that gigantic amount of power goes plummeting down because of the reliance on lightning damage, but it's so much lightning damage that you can still do pretty good damage. You don't need to abandon this weapon or swap out at any point in the DLC. You just might need to know the movesets a bit. But Blacksmith Giant Hammer down. That doesn't mean we're done with Blacksmith Hammers. All right, what did we get on the final time there for the Blacksmith Giant Hammer? 240. Not a bad time. Not a bad time at all. Actually, I'm curious, just for the sake of my enjoyment. Hold on. That would be 17th place on the speedrun leaderboard if that was a legal run. That's funny. Right then. Let me here. Only good blacksmith hammer. GG's. But we are not done yet. We are gonna at least get started on the next weapon. So what we're gonna do is say goodbye to Ferris Hilton. And I need to quickly remind myself, hey, Blacksmith Hammer DS1. What the exact stat spread of this thing is, I think it's only like 14 strength. Yeah, it's only 14 strength. Okay, 14 strength. We're going to need to go ahead and choose a class for that. Probably just going to go Bandit, if I'm being honest. What's the record for any percent glitchless? I think it's something crazy right now. Any percent glitchless, I want to say, is like low 40s. 4438 is the current record. So it's a bit insane at the moment. That being said, we are not totally done. We are going to be doing just a little bit more stuff today. So what I'm going to do is we are going to go ahead and throw together our next character here. And chat, I will be back in just a moment. I'm going to go ahead and get myself, grab myself a tiny snack because I'm a little hungry. And I'm going to go ahead and refill my drink and everything. While I'm gone, chat, your turn to pick the name for the Blacksmith Hammer run. So whatever the funniest name for Blacksmith Hammer is, whatever we find the most entertaining, that will be the name of the run. So you guys have probably about 2 minutes to get those runs into chat. I will be back in just a moment, though. Sit right there. We are not done yet. What is a man? What has he got? If not himself, then he has not. Alright, I'm back. Did y'all miss me? Because I miss you. Each and every one of you. I enjoy hanging out with you. I've got some leftover pizza. Pizza warmed up. So that is what we are rocking. It's a little too hot, so I might chow down on that while we when we get out of here. Let's see what we got for names. We have got Bello Bong, Bonking, Hamlet. He's not giant like the other one. He's just a little guy. Iron Striker. I do like Bello Bong. We're gonna go with Bello Bong. Oh, I am also not clicked into my game. And apparently have gotten water on my pants somehow. Is that water? I hope that's water. I didn't go to the bathroom. So yeah, that has to be water. How did I get water on my pants? Okay. Bello Bong. A man with dark souls. Alright, so we're gonna need the gadget. Now, technically with the Blacksmith Hammer, we once again could technically get it early, but instead of getting this one legitimately, I am going to spawn it in, because this is what we get for killing Andre. And I would like to see how this weapon is at its full maximum potential, so we are going to go ahead and spawn it in rather than killing Andre for now. So that's what we're going to go with. By the way, just for the sake of... Okay, yeah. Wanted to double check my gadget there. Make sure I didn't have any cheats accidentally on. I don't remember what I was recording, but there was something I was recording recently. And I was like, this feels wrong. Like, I feel like I should have died like a few times now. I didn't go to the bathroom. It has to be water. I'm telling the truth. Clap, clap. I think we're still recording. You do bring up a good point, though. Yeah, everything is still recording. All right. Blacksmith Hammer. Starting AR of 114 two-handed. Okay, so this has the mace moveset, it looks like. Yeah, this looks like it has the mace moveset. Admittedly, this is a weapon that I've never used before, so we're going to have to feel how it goes. Starting base damage of 87. How's it scaling? C and strength. Genuinely not terrible. I believe this is also a standard path weapon. Let's see. And let's see, that would be 120 versus 114. Okay, slightly weaker than the battle axe to start, but being a single attribute weapon means that we're going to be able to scale it up much faster. Oh, whoops. There we go. I keep going up here, even though I don't need to, because I've already killed whatever. Yeah, two-handing does make a very big difference as well when it comes to strength weapons. Okay, so we'll go ahead. I think we'll go ahead and just keep pumping strength into this thing for a while. We do need to unequip 2 pieces of armor, it looks like. Hello, are we on weapon 2 for the day? Yes. We have made it onto the Blacksmith Hammer. We made it just in time. We just got out of Asylum. So we are into this fresh. And genuinely, I have no idea what to expect from this weapon. Also, sorry if I'm a little quiet during these intro parts, chat. I am just trying not to talk with my mouth full while I'm on stream. Yeah, the resins and enchantments are going to be really nice with this thing. Which is why we are going to go ahead. Whoops. That's why we were going to go ahead and stand this top route so we can get the gold pine resin. By the way, actually, no, I shouldn't do that quite yet. That's okay. Yeah, this does feel very mace-esque. Damage might be a little lower than the mace for now, but if the mace is any metric to go by how good this is going to be, then this is going to be a very nice run. Because the mace is debatably the best starting weapon. Nice. Thank you for the Titanite chunk. There is chunk number 1 of the 7 we will need. By the way, if you ever are missing this barrel roll, kind of dodge into the side of the stairs here. You don't want to jump head on at the barrel. You want to kind of like, ideally, you jump at it and kind of go forward and left a little bit. But I usually just hard pivot left, and that allows me to avoid it a lot of the time. For anybody that's trying to figure out that particular jump. Ooh, another Titanite chunk. That's nice. That'll save us from having to do one of the chests in New Londo Ruins. Kyle is alive and alive? That's right. I'm here. In the digital. I'm not going to worry about saving any gold pine resin here. Okay. Nice. 3-hit stagger, which is good. No, thank you. And finish it off. Nice and clean Taurus Demon. I will take that every day of the week. So far, basically feeling almost identical to the mace. I mean, the small gap in damage hasn't mattered yet. One could say simple and clean. Chat. Kingdom Hearts 4 is coming. And I am so happy. Okay, good. I have a moment to eat some more pizza. Pita, pita. It's not Little Caesar. I just felt like saying it that way. All right. I gotta grab my controller. 3, 2, 1. Sorry, 1 second. All right. All right. Sorry about the silence. But somewhat longer stream means I needed to re-energize. Yeah, so I did the same thing, Marlo. I also rebought the entire franchise when it was on sale because I adore it. A lot of people tend to think that my favorite franchise are FromSoft games. Fun fact, my favorite video game franchise is Kingdom Hearts. I adore that series. Yeah, nice. Great sword. Okay. Okay, nice to know that this attack, that light attack, is slightly faster than the Hollow Soldier's light attack. Yeah, it's really, really good. I won't go into any details about it because I know there's plenty of people in here who haven't gotten very far in the series, but really genuinely good series. Right, so we don't have any soul baggies at the moment, so probably actually should have killed a few enemies there just to get some of the Titanite shards worked out. But that's all right. We will settle for... Man, I could just go all in on strength here, but... Nope, not what I wanted. Okay, so we need... That'll get us most of the upgrades. And we'll get up to +2. That's fine. What is your biggest gaming hot take? Ooh. That's hard because for people that have been on this channel for a while, you know that I have a lot of hot takes. Like, the people in the bonfire sometimes refuse to believe that I'm real. I know one of the ones that people tend to get mad at me for is I think Ocarina of Time is an extremely overrated game. I don't think it's a bad game by any stretch of the imagination. But I do think that there are a lot of people still nowadays that really like to tote that Ocarina of Time is the greatest video game that's ever been made. And I refuse to subscribe to that. Now, again, number one, it's not a bad game. Number two, if you wanted to say it was the most influential or iconic game in history, then I wouldn't even necessarily disagree with that. But I also prefer Majora's Mask. Also, deletion of gargoyles. Yeah, so long as I'm getting my timeline right, I don't think Ocarina of Time was the best video game when it was made, if I'm being completely honest. Now, I know this is comparing apples to oranges, so, like, take this with a grain of salt. But I genuinely would say Chrono Trigger is a better game than Ocarina of Time. It turns out it's a stonemason hammer because it crushes gargoyles. True. Twilight Princess is really good. I agree. My favorite 3D Zelda is probably still Wind Waker. But I could also see... I would probably choose either Wind Waker or... Honestly, Wind Waker, Majora's Mask, and Twilight Princess are all just really good. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Roman. I think that, there is definitely arguments to be made about its impact on the gaming industry, right? Like, it is probably... It and Mario 64 have so much, like, influence over the gaming sphere because of the transition to 3D, right? Like, these, I could be wrong, but I believe those were technically the first console games to take us to 3D. If not, they are the most iconic 3D console games. And I think genuinely that makes them, like, extremely, like, influential when it comes to gaming. But I also refuse to believe that we haven't gotten any better at game design over the course of 30 years. The best Zelda game is A Link to the Past. I can see why you would say that. I don't agree, but I get it. By the way, we are going to Capra Demon because I want to get Large Ember before we get to Sens. I've never played a Zelda game. Very good games. If you like the Souls games, there's a chance you would like Zelda. Now, I wouldn't say you exactly would, but there's a chance you would like Zelda. Demon Souls, you can very much feel is a hybrid between Castlevania and Legend of Zelda. So I would recommend, like, if you do enjoy Souls, I would, you know, if you have the ability to play any of them, I would recommend giving one of them a shot. Listen, if you genuinely say that Minish Cap is your favorite Zelda, I wouldn't even blame you. I've not played Minish Cap, but that's just a based opinion. And again, there's a difference between me saying like a game being like someone's favorite. Like if a game's your favorite, then it's your favorite. Like that's just how it is. Or a game being objectively good, you know? Like if Ocarina of Time is your favorite, like you know, all the power to you. Whatever is your favorite is your favorite. But just from like an objective game design standpoint, any game you recommend to start with? I would say any of the 3D Zeldas except for Majora's Mask are a good starting point. Whoops. Whoops. If you want to play a 2D Zelda game, you can get away with playing most of them. Yeah, Ocarina of Time genuinely is a great place to start. Like, make no mistake, it's a good game. It's just a very dated game. Do I have any poise? No? Okay, this is gonna be a bit awkward. Oh, yeah, probably don't want to start with Tears of the Kingdom as well. Wow, that was perfectly timed with the dog there. Yeah, that was a really tricky spot. I was trying to find the right time. Because of the way the hammer was angled, I was angled into the wall there. It's hard for me to get the attack off, because when I'm up against the wall like this, it was bonking against the wall a little too much. I think it depends when it comes to original or remakes. So, for Wind Waker, I think it would be fine doing the Wind Waker remake. Like, if you were to find the Wii U one. But I could, like, for example, Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time, there is the 3DS versions of those, but I'm going to be real, I don't recommend the 3DS Majora's Mask. Not a good time, in my opinion. Starting Zelda game has to be Zelda 2. Why am I playing a weird side-scroller Final Fantasy game? There we go. That was better handled. Okay, now we're good. Little crusty on that first attempt, but second attempt, not bad. I gotta start with Zelda's Adventure. Gotta start with the Wand of Gamelon, I think it's called. Yeah, no, it's not that the 3DS Majora's Mask is like a terrible game, but it's a game that made enough changes to where there is a superior version, I would say. Like, I would say the old one is the superior version all around, but it's not necessarily because, like, it's not that Majora's Mask 3DS is, like, a 2 out of 10, right? Like, there's a lot of, like, noticeably large-ish gameplay changes that are they're noticeable. But if you ended up playing it, it's not like you ruined the game for yourself by playing that version. Uh-oh. Majora's Mask is actually my least favorite Zelda game. You know, I get it. It's in a very different Zelda game. This might sound weird, but I feel like a lot of you are going to get it. I often equate Majora's Mask with being like the Halo ODST of the Zelda series. She's a 10, but she plays the Majora's Mask version. Listen, a 10 is still a 10. You were really trying with that heavy soul arrow, buddy. Also, these rats are being quite annoying today. I didn't play that Halo, so I can't be with you. It's the idea that the core gameplay is still the same, but the method in which the story is delivered and you use that core gameplay is very different. Majora's Mask to me just felt like an incomplete game. Like it would have had a DLC if that was a thing back then. I think the biggest fault for Majora's Mask, and maybe, I don't know, maybe some people would disagree with me on this. I think, if anything, Majora's Mask's biggest fault is that too much of the game is optional. I think it would have made a little bit more sense to make some of the quests that are optional not optional. Okay, we are not going to use a resin. We're going to humanity just in case I do something stupid. All right, what do we got, Gaping? I imagine damage is going to look decent. Not amazing, but decent. Okay. We can work with that. That's still looking about starting weapon level damage. What parts of Majora's Mask are optional? Like all of the villager quests, like anything you do in Clocktown. Almost. Not everything, but nearly everything in Clocktown is optional. Like, I think it would have been nice to have done... Maybe it would have been cool to make, like, the mayor story not optional. Or, you know, maybe, like... I don't know about making Enju and Kaifi mandatory. That would be a bit much. But, like, making a couple of those, not all of them, maybe just, like, 1 or 2 parts of the game. True, you don't get the final mask if you ignore everything. Very casual gaping dragon. That was nice. We're going to go ahead and just pump strength some more. Get a few more levels. And wow, I got quite a few more levels. Okay, we are at +5 and 27 strength, 187 AR one-handed, 217 two-handed. Not bad at all. Spirit Tracks randomizer when? Nah. Look, Spirit Tracks is a great game. Not doing it. I use exactly all my souls. I didn't even realize that. That is sick. That is cool. I will tell y'all, chat, speaking of archery minigames and Majora's Mask, when I was a kid, I had the biggest trouble during my Majora's Mask 100% run with the Octorok archery game on a GameCube controller. Oh my god, that was a nightmare. Oh man, that was misery. Did I not? I didn't. Did I? I did. All Zelda games in one stream? Do you have any idea how long that would take? God, that would be... I played it on the 64, so I didn't experience it on a GameCube controller. Oh, yeah. So I played Majora's Mask through the GameCube Anniversary Collection, which had Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Zelda 1, and Zelda 2. Basically turn your stream into the Truman Show for real. There we go. Oof. I mean, those are one-handed attacks, so not the worst. A weird Zelda take that I have is that Phantom Hourglass is way better than Spirit Tracks, and it's not close. So I haven't played a lot of Phantom Hourglass, but I will say I really did enjoy Spirit Tracks. The only problem with Spirit Tracks is, okay, maybe not the only problem, but the most substantial problem, in my opinion. That pan flute sucked. That pan flute, awful to play. I don't know if y'all ever had to experience the pan flute on the DS, but that was a nightmare. All right, time for Quelaag. Okay, not terrible. That RNG isn't great, but you know, it is what it is. Okay. Okay. Good RNG. Okay. Nice dodge damage there. Uh-oh, that's not good. Should be fine here. Yeah. And nice and easy. All right. Still doing pretty good. The flute in Spirit Tracks is probably the worst instrument of the series. I am very inclined to agree with that. Oh, the music from Spirit Tracks is so good. I adore the, is it Full Steam Ahead, I think is the name of the track? It's such a good music track. Ooh. Okay, gotta go. Glad we ended up talking to Zelda, though. Love Zelda so much. See you later. Catch you later, Slingshot. Good to see you. Song of Discovery. Oh, yeah. Zelda music in general is pretty goated. Right then, Mr. Splishy Splashy Bathwater, how you doing? You simping again, Ceaseless? You simping again, buddy? What did I tell you? I know that wasn't the donation button. All right, let's chill, buddy. Pretty sure the first time I've actually caught a stream, except maybe Bingo. Well, welcome in. I hope you're doing good, Lennius. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Come on, buddy. All right, how good would the damage be at this point? Not great, but not terrible. Also got my count off by 1. Speaking of good soundtracks, I am curious, chat. Drop me some of y'all's favorite video game tracks. What are some all-time favorite video game tracks of y'all's? I'm curious. True. He's goated. Digimon Cyber Sleuth, okay. Resident Evil 1 Save Room. Ooh. Chatter of Culture. A lot of the Metal Gear Rising Revengeance soundtrack. Bangers. Hyper Light Drifter. Ooh, is it Panacea? I think that's how it's pronounced. The Water Tree Escape song from Ori and the Blind Forest. I believe the title of that piece is Chasing the Dark? Is it Chasing the Dark Cleansing Waters? Smell of Mushroom from Stardew Valley. Okay. Just the Chrono Cross soundtrack. Based. Lawrence the First Vicar or Pontiff Sullivan. I will agree. The Tunic soundtrack is very good. I love the Tunic soundtrack. I haven't even played the game yet, but I use its soundtrack sometimes for when I'm DMing for D&D. Really good. The Doom soundtrack. Oh, wait, I forgot. I am playing a standard weapon. Need to grab these. I summoned the rock. Last Array Destiny 1. Ooh. Destiny 1 had a banger soundtrack. Need to go to sleep. Enjoy stream, everybody. Thank you so much for coming and stopping by. Hit Dark Rays. Always good to see you. Deep Stone Lullaby. Ooh. Also, I need to go this way. Have a wonderful time zone. Well, this is awkward. Made it work, though. I feel like a really underrated track is from the Kingdom Hearts soundtrack. I believe it's Pour la Tristesse de Xion. Really, really underrated. You should seriously consider doing live plays of your D&D troop. Maybe. You know, live streaming a D&D campaign is a lot more tricky than a lot of people lend credit to. But I wouldn't be opposed to doing D&D live. I know we've ran the idea a few times and nobody's kind of jumped onto it. But I know we've kind of flirted with the idea of doing at least a one-shot or a mini adventure of doing a bonfire D&D thing. The terms of service would be broken way too quick. Yeah, it would also be kind of weird jumping into my campaign midway, you know, because the campaigns I write are, you know, there's a lot of, like, story setup that goes into it. But I'd be willing to do D&D content. I've actually thought, like, I do so much tabletop and D&D stuff that I've actually thought about doing a second, like, starting a second YouTube channel that is purely about D&D content. Because I think it'd be really, I think I could make some pretty fun content. It'd be very, I know the D&D space is really saturated, but I don't know. I feel like it'd just be a good way to, like, get my mind on other content, you know? But yeah, no, we've floated the idea around a little bit of doing D&D stuff with the bonfire. Ow. The heck? The Spiritfarer soundtrack. I so need to play Spiritfarer. Did I didn't kill the first golem, did I? Have you ever tried, is that AI Realm? I don't think so. Time to get on a plane. See you later. All right, you have a safe flight. Catch you in a bit. I would also agree, like, with kind of just the whole Ori take. The Ori soundtrack is so good. Both Blind Forest and Will of the Wisps, they're both really good. Ow. No barrel roll. Sonic games, really good music. If you guys haven't heard any of, like, the Sonic racing game OSTs, Sonic racing games have super good soundtracks. Speaking of D&D content, I already told How to Souls this idea. Hey. But what about building D&D classes in Dark Souls? You can't tell me making a swamp druid with a dragon animal form in DS3 wouldn't be cool. I've actually thought about stuff like that. I thought about both making, potentially just making D&D classes in Dark Souls, as well as, making the Dark Souls bosses, like, making, custom stat blocks for them. You know, and of course they would be stat blocks that, like, you know, how I would, like, if I were to run the bosses as they appear in the game, like how I would run them as D&D encounters. And of course I would, like, make the stat blocks and then just, like, leave them for you guys. So, like, I would, like, they would be, like, free to screenshot, download, whatever, like, if you guys ever wanted to run them. And then, yeah, it would just be essentially, like, converting the Dark Souls franchise into D&D. Oh, yeah. Hollow Knight and Silksong, also really good music. Nightmare King Grim is astonishingly great. By the way, I realize I haven't addressed what's actually going on in the Dark Souls gameplay here in a while. It's probably because I've gotten so used to making standard path weapons at this point. We are essentially just going on a typical path of getting a plus 15 weapon. That whole run through there was us getting all the 9 large Titanite shards we needed so we could get up to plus 10. And now that we have a plus 10, we will be headed to the New Londo Ruins to get the very large ember, as well as the rest of the Titanite chunks we need. And then after that, we are going to just go kill Stray Demon, get a Titanite slab, and then once we're plus 15, it's off to the races, just beating up bosses. I would absolutely run Manus as a boss. Okay. Yeah, like I've said, I you know, D&D style content is really fun. The only question is if I were to make a second D&D channel, like, would I want to put those videos on this channel or that channel, you know? This has to be a New Game Plus run, right? No, so this is a New Game run, but we use, so, the rules of, this is part of our Dark Souls A to Z series, where basically, I spawned in the weapon at the, at Firelink Shrine to see how it performs across the whole game, regardless of when in the game you get it. And then yeah, and so then we're seeing how the game performs, the weapon performs across the entire game, even in places that you're not technically supposed to have the weapon. So that's why Andre is still alive, is because we spawned the weapon in for the whole series. So yeah, normally you'd be correct. You can't get the weapon that high. But for the sake of fun, why not? Put it on the separate channel? Okay. Yeah, I agree, Belle. And that was kind of like the biggest conundrum I was having. But I've also got plenty of D&D story time that I could tell. Not only could I, like, I think I've got some pretty good ideas when it comes to, like, making D&D content, but I think I could entertain some people with just some good old-fashioned story time videos. Gamers War Table. I really like that. This is an all bosses run. So the idea for A to Z is we are beating the entire game with every weapon in the game, asterisk, minus spell tools and shields. And we are doing an all bosses run of every weapon. Okay, so now we are going to reset the enemies here, and then because we're doing a kind of early ghost house, we are going to need to be careful about how we do this. I do like Gamers War Table. That's a really neat idea. So yeah, I've thought about it, because genuinely, I spend so much of my spare time on D&D. Like, I read all the Unearthed Arcana. I've I see. Anyway, rip that charcoal pine resin. You know, I read every Unearthed Arcana. I try to read over almost every book that comes out. I have written some homebrew stuff. Obviously homebrew magic items. Both my first campaign and this campaign are both entirely homebrew. Which my players are having such a blast with, and I'm glad. I wrote an entire, not just subclass, but I've written an entire homebrew base class with the help of one of my players, who is asleep at the moment. But for anybody who knows Dream in chat, Dream and I wrote a class together. I kind of did like the aesthetics for a lot of it, and I did like all the writing for it, and he helped me actually balance it. So whenever I had ideas for like how to run numbers, he helped me a lot with the number balancing and stuff like that. So like the actual mechanical part of making the class work was a lot of his doing, which genuinely is like 65% of the work. So more apt to say he did a lot of the work, but I did a lot of it. He and I also wrote a entirely, it's not a new system, it still uses 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons, but he and I wrote another system that was very fun. We built a really fun D&D system that allows to make characters very quickly so we can run like high lethality games. Through the system we developed, we've managed to get it down to where you can make a D&D character in about 70 seconds. Depending on how fast you're going. I do not need to go this way. I am autopiloting again. So yeah, basically all that to say, I play a lot of Dungeons and Dragons and spend a lot of time on Dungeons and Dragons. Okay, that should lure the first group of them. Okay, so we are one-shotting with a two-handed R1. That's solid news. Okay. I know there's more. Another one behind me, I think. There they are. Another below me. Ow. Got him. There we are. All right. Now we should be good. All right, because we haven't killed ONS yet. Okay. To be fair, I know a lot of people that still play 3.5. I personally, like, I've not played 3.5, but I know it has a lot of similarities with 5e and 5.5. But I've played D&D, I've played Call of Cthulhu, a little bit of Savage Worlds. I do want to learn to run Cyberpunk. Okay, nice. How many chunks am I at? I'm at 5, so I do need 2. So that means I am going to need to open the chests in here, unless I get an extra drop here. This is not good. That was bad timing. I'm in kind of danger by being this close to that door. Okay. This is going to make this a lot easier to handle. Ingward is never going to learn. Technically, I don't need to kill this thing, but lots of souls. All right, Titanite chunk. What? Okay, that was interesting. Yeah, the very Zelda super slide. Okay, that should be 7. Yeah, we're good. So now we just come get the Ember. And then we will... head over, kill Stray Demon, get up to plus 15, and we are gaming. When are we activating ISG? ISG? Am I dumb? Did I miss something? I used remote play to have somebody drop me stuff in Elden Ring. Fair. Oh, infinite sword glitch. Okay. I'm going to be real. Dark Souls is starting to become such a broken game glitch-wise that I'm expecting for us to find some kind of equivalent to RBA at some point. Okay. We're not upgraded past plus 10 at the moment. 279 and 300 in 1 and 2 hand, by the way. Which is decent. Not amazing, but decent. Yeah, there was a weird, like, malicious code thing that was going on for a bit. Low straight. Good RNG. Thank you, buddy. And once again, any day we see yellow is a good day. Okay. Ah, not quite the finishing blow. Went for it. All right, Titanite slab. Which means now we can fully upgrade to plus 15. But first I want the doll. So that way we don't have to come back to Asylum. Welcome in, Appetite. Hope you're doing well. All right, chat. Thank you for participating in the lull discussion, the in-between there, because we are officially turned on. I mean build-wise, not turned on as in, like, you know, but build-wise. Like, the build is turned on as in, like... Pause. Are you planning on extending this series to the other games? I think it's definitely like, it's definitely a possibility. Hey, yo. It's definitely a possibility. I don't want to like say that I'm absolutely going to do an A to Z with all the other games, but it's definitely like, you know, I think if people continue to really enjoy the series, it's definitely a good opportunity to I think you need a break. It's fine. It's fine. Hey, you see how you doing, Chief? But yeah, no, it's definitely like an idea to extend it into the other games, and I think it would be fun. The answer is more likely yes than no. But I don't want to like make any guarantees like, yeah, I'm absolutely gonna, because like even doing a series for Dark Souls 1, like I can see this lasting, like we could be finishing this series at this time next year. Like this could be a really long series. I just want to test this on Titanite Demon real quick. And you know, with a game like Dark Souls 2, there are so many weapons in that game. But again, that's part of the fun. My only caveat is if I were to do Dark Souls 2, I probably wouldn't do all bosses every weapon. But I don't know. I say that now, but my psychopathic tendencies say that I'll probably do it anyway. Okay, so at plus 15 with 37 strength, so almost maxed out, we got 370 one hand and 391 two hand. This is shaping up to really just be like a starting weapon level run. Don't do anything excessive. You have to be able to manage it. Yeah, and that's the big part. Like, I'd probably do like just off of like gut reaction right now for Dark Souls 2 specifically, I would probably do it so that maybe all bosses base game. That's a maybe. And then I would probably say like either 1 or 2 of the DLCs per weapon. It would probably be like Broom Tower and then maybe Sunken King every weapon. From what I've heard from Bloodborne, which I will be playing Bloodborne for the first time soon. But from what I've heard from Bloodborne, the weapon count is very low, so I think A to Z Bloodborne. Also, hello damage. That's no resin, by the way. How long have you been awake, Kyle? About 12 hours. Okay, that damage was a bit bonkers. Not like super bonkers, but a bit bonkers. Dark Lurker 200 times, baby. That'd be fun. The unlocking Dark Lurker 200 times would not be great. I think what would make it better would be if I could, like, circumvent the unlock process for some of the bosses. Like, maybe if I were a bit more involved with, like, a cheat engine-esque run, Dark Souls 2 would be very manageable. But that also feels a little disingenuous, but I don't know. Thank you so much. Is it Dravos? Dragonheart. Thank you very much, Dragonheart. You are thinking of Sister Frida, you see, from Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 3, I feel like, is one that's very doable, all boss. Like, I think that one is going to be, if I were to do an A to Z Dark Souls 3, it would be very, very, like, similar to this series. Yeah, Dark Souls 2, it would definitely be a more complicated series to work out. Ray has given approval. Yeah, Sister Frida just is genuinely probably my favorite boss in the Dark Souls trilogy. Because you need unlimited bonfire aesthetics and do the bosses that way. That is true. Bandit without Wolfring is certainly a choice. Yeah, I just didn't opt to grab Wolfring early on. Favorite boss in the trilogy is Abyss Watchers. I get it. They're neat. They're pretty cool. Thank you, buddy. Okay, one-shotting a Silver Knight would be pretty cool. All right, that's a pretty decent damage indicator. If you can one-shot those, then pretty good sign. So far, my favorite boss is ONS. Very solid choice. Ornstein and Smo are, in many ways, they're seen as the benchmark of the series. Dark Souls 3, I will say, does have a lot of very good bosses. My only problem and why I don't play more Dark Souls 3 is, number one, apparently my computer really doesn't like it. But number two, I'm not a huge fan of the early game of Dark Souls 3. Just personally. All right, what are we looking at? About an hour, 12 minutes. Sorry, give me a second. Oh, what was that stair thing from earlier? It came up around this point, around this weapon. So I have a challenge run that I recorded very recently that I'm working on the script for. So full challenge video for you guys somewhat soon. And that video made me realize how weirdly the bonfire was surprised that I even did the challenge. And it made me realize how weirdly the stairs are programmed in this game. It is a really cool challenge video, and you guys are really going to enjoy it. Greetings and salutations. How you doing, Chief? Sorry about that. I am... Allergies are being weird. That's all I'm going to say. All right. Charcoal pine resin. Let's see how this goes. I'm expecting we do about round a bar of HP to Ornstein with each strike. Okay. Ornstein having some weird hitboxes. Where is he? Also, really bad Smo RNG really so far. Okay, that's a bit more than I expected. Okay, we are in a bit of a tricky spot here. Not my best ONS so far. Okay, I'm gonna burn another charcoal, because this has really not been a good. There we go. Much better. Ooh, good dodge there. Okay. Nope, still wants to attack. Yeah, really good smo there. The stagger timing there was perfect. I feel the pain in your allergies being stupid. Yeah, allergy season's great. Do you have a higher than 60 refresh monitor by any chance? I think so. My monitor is like a Predator or something. It's a pretty decent monitor.
Oh, chosen undead,
But like, yeah, Dark Souls 3 is playable on my computer, but like it really disagrees with it at times. It crashed our stream multiple times during both the charity stream and during the Dark Souls trilogy run. And like when it crashes my whole PC. Okay. Same deal as we did last time. We're gonna start with Undead Parish. Go into the garden and get everything worked out and go from there. How does the crash look like? So basically it blacks out my screen and then I am able to hear the game, but I can't control the game anymore, and I basically just can't control my PC. Like, audio and everything is still functioning, but like I can't do anything with my mouse and keyboard, and the only way to proceed from the crash is to hard reset my PC. Also, what are your specs? I know graphics. I don't know all my specs on the top of my head, but I know graphics card wise, I am running a 30, I think it's a GeForce 3080. So we're grabbing the repair box in case I need it. Sounds like a graphics driver crash. Interesting. Okay. That's a GPU shutdown. Okay. I will say, it has been longer than normal since I have cleaned out all the dust in my PC, so I definitely should take her apart and air blow out some stuff. That would probably help out a bit. Do you have any idea of why Sony doesn't want to remake Bloodborne? So the Sony Bloodborne remake situation is really bizarre. So initially Sony actually did want it. And they were actually going, the studio that offered to do it was Blue Point. The people that did the Demon Souls remake. Um, but the problem was at the time, FromSoft was busy, and this is gonna sound weird. From what I understand, Miyazaki actually turned down the Bloodborne remake initially because he wanted to help oversee it. Because obviously, it's like Bloodborne is like Miyazaki's baby, right? Like, and I totally get that. But he was too busy with other projects. Hey, thank you so much for coming, saying hi, Crush. Crush? Crosh? Crush. Crosh. Either way, thanks for coming, saying hi. But then, after that, there was a while where Miyazaki became, he wasn't as busy and was very down for the for a Bloodborne remake. And then Sony were the ones that were saying no. Because Sony had then assigned Bluepoint to make, I want to say it was like, if I remember reading the post right, I think it was supposed to be a live service God of War game. Which, how and why? Like, you know, if I remember correctly, that's how the story went. And then Sony shut down Bluepoint, and now we're just kind of in the dark on if Bloodborne will ever get remade. Yeah, it just a typical decision by Sony, if I'm being fully honest. Like, I try to be optimistic, and I try not to be mean when it comes to video games, but that whole process sounded like a mess. At least the way that's the way that I read about the situation. And as for the reason why it never gets ported to PC, is because it still sells consoles. Unironically, people will buy a PlayStation 4 and a PlayStation 5 just to play Bloodborne.
Is it not?
Now, if we get to the next PlayStation game, or we get to the next PlayStation console, and they still aren't porting it, then it is just sheer ignorance at that point. Because I know that they're going to try and go all digital, which, do we really need to bring up how bad of a decision that is? But with them going all digital, there is literally no reason for them to no longer port Bloodborne. Yeah, consoles are losing the console war, and PC is winning. I will say, at least from what I've seen and heard, the Xbox seems like it's headed in a good direction. There's still not like 100% great decisions, but you know, I think the current Xbox CEO has a good head on their shoulders and have some really good ideas. So I'm cautiously optimistic. What in the world was... There we go. Have you seen the Dark Souls world record keeps getting beaten by one guy every other week? Yeah. It's always funny because this happens in bursts where like the world record will just not get touched. And then we'll get like a 5-month period where a bunch of people retackle the world record and it gets broken like 12 more times. Love your DS1 content, man. Pleasure to catch a live stream. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it, Chad. The new DS3 any percent runs of the weird sprint glitch? Was there a new DS3 discovery that I didn't know about? Yeah, consoles are... They are... They're not in a great spot. There's no way to spin it. As somebody who has been a console gamer for a majority of their gaming career, you know, even I don't know how long, I'd say a majority. Okay, then. I'd say a majority of my time on YouTube, I actually just straight up spent recording games through console. It's just what I've always been comfortable with. And I think consoles are still a good thing because, like, they're much more accessible than a full gaming PC, right? But, like, the longer time goes on, the less and less this becomes true. Okay, it's gonna be a bit weird. Okay. I do not own a Switch 2 yet, so I can't really talk much about it. I will say that I will not pretend that I am not biased a little bit towards Nintendo. But that's just, you know, I grew up on Nintendo, you know, like, it's always going to have a soft spot in my heart. So I know that I look at Nintendo products with rose-tinted glasses. But we'll say Nintendo Switch was a little yikes. So yeah, and like to kind of go on with like the whole consoles thing. The thing is, right, that like consoles keep getting more expensive. And the hardware curve for PCs is beginning to flatten more and more. Like the difference between a Series 4000 and a high Series 3000 graphics card, while it is noticeable, like it's not that big. So, you know, yeah, it's really that like gaming PCs they're slowly getting less. Okay, with the exception of some of the hardware price increases because of other things. The price of gaming PCs is coming down slowly, while the price of consoles continues to climb rapidly. And so it just becomes to a point of, do I want to spend $700 on a console when genuinely $700 will get you actually a pretty good medium tier graphics card in some markets? It's just kind of hard to justify things, you know? So, yeah, it's definitely a weird place to be in. Same way I used to love Pokemon, but Power World just buried them. I will say, Power World has done really good. I personally am not a fan of Power Worlds. And that has nothing to do with me being like, they're stealing from Pokemon. Which, to be fair, I mean, come on. They did steal a bit from Pokemon. I don't even think they're hiding it. But no, for me, it's just like, it's just not the kind of game I resonate with, you know? Like, at least from what I've seen, it seems like a lot of like open world survival crafty sort of stuff. And I'm not an open world survival crafty sort of guy. It's just not my vibe, right? Like, it's the reason why I don't play, like, what's a good example? Like, even Minecraft is, like, a game that sometimes I'm just like, all right, I've had enough of this. I don't care. Not really just my style game that, like, from what I can tell. But no shame on people who enjoy Power World. You know, I don't care. If you think about it, Pokemon was always open world. I don't know about that. Yeah, by the way, speaking of the Steam machine, can we all collectively agree that there was a gigantic missed opportunity for them to color it orange and make it the orange box? Wouldn't that have been so cool? Hi, Bone Wheel Shield. Yeah, survival craft, and again, survival craft games, it's not that I think they're bad, they're just not my thing, you know? I think depending on the Pokemon game is whether or not how open of a world it is. Why am I debating on using resin? It's Pinwheel. The GameCube? The GameCube is also pretty good. Look at that damage. Oh, so good and tasty. Yeah, some of you will remember. Speaking of remembering, chat, you have 30 seconds to guess what mask is about to drop. If you get it right, you get bragging rights for the rest of the stream. Let's see what y'all are guessing. I gotta admit, chat, I missed doing these countdowns with Pinwheel. When we finished with the starting classes, I was like, man, I'm not gonna get the Pinwheel stuff yet, but here we are. All right, we got mother, child, 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 mother, the unk, father, father, child, father, daddy, papa. All right, we're getting in 3, in 2, in 1. Child day again. This challenge has been overwhelmingly child favored. Man, all those childs in a row. Y'all were onto something. Finally got it right. It's always the child. It's always blessed when it's the child. I'm sure this question comes. Are you doing new game or new game plus, especially for the late game boss weapons? We are doing them all in new game. So if I can use the weapon with starting stats, then I will use the weapon immediately, like including Asylum. But if it is a weapon that I need stats for, then I will start by going to Firelink Shrine. Of course. Why not? Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it? We have gotten every Black Knight weapon this stream except for the Great Axe. So yeah, and if you're wondering the way we make that work, there is a program known as the Dark Souls gadget or DSR gadget. And the way it works is it's essentially an inbuilt way that allows you to interact with the game's debug mode. So it allows me to spawn in weapons and items and whatever I want, whenever I want. So, like, for example, like, let's just say, like, you can think of any item right now, right? Like, this blood red moss clump. I could give myself 99 blood red moss clumps if I wanted to, for example. I don't have a second ring on. I guess we just go Covetous. Yeah, that'll work. There is still time to complete the set. Right, so we're going to kill the skeletons, and then we'll buff. We'll take a hit here. And we're really good at killing these skeletons with this hammer. I'm actually going to kill them a second round, just to let Nito fully come here. Give myself kind of maximum time to hit. Nice. Doing full bars, pretty much full bars of damage is a good sign. Okay, good stamina management. We can make use of the guard break thing we were talking about earlier. $99 rubbish. Any interest, GW, in joining the bonfire unintentional randomizer trend? I always feel so bad because I feel like whenever the bonfire is up to their random shenanigans, I'm always like on a weird sleep schedule because my sleep schedule like screws around all the time, and I always feel bad. But I would love to join them for stuff like that. Which, by the way, since we were on the topic of how I spawn stuff in, if anybody would like to see this, actually, I should be able to make this work. So if you want to look at what the DSR gadget looks like, let me put this in a window that looks better. There we go. So this is what DSR gadget looks like. And so this gives all active player stuff. I can use this to warp around, for example. I can turn off gravity and collision. And so the idea here is that I can actually use this to spawn in all these items. You can't see the drop-down menu here, but basically I have armor, consumables, key items, melee weapons, ranged weapons, rings, shields, spells, spell tools, upgrade materials, usable items, and then a bunch of mystery stuff. So for example, let's say, for example, at the start of the run, I want the Blacksmith Hammers, like what I did earlier today. So we're in melee weapons, then I would find Blacksmith Hammer, which were already selected. And then I could change the upgrade level if I wanted to, as well as the various infusions. And I just hit create on Blacksmith Hammer. So let's just, for the sake of it, I don't plan on touching this just for the sake, but let's make like a raw Blacksmith Hammer. I just hit create. And then I will go ahead and hide the gadget. And back in game, there you go. Raw Blacksmith Hammer. The one thing with this is remember to play offline. And don't ever load cheated files when you're online, or you're going to get banned very quickly. And since I don't have very many souls here, I'll show off normally what I'll do. If I'm using a weapon where I don't meet the stat requirements, what I'll do is when I'm in Firelink Shrine, I'll just go to consumables, and we'll find like soul of like we'll say like soul of a great hero, right? And I'll just change this to like, I don't know, say like 25. And I'll create 25 of these. And then what I would do is I would just come back into the run, burn all of these at once. And then what I'd do is I would go around and I'd like get whatever levels I need, right? I'm not going to spend any here, but like I would get like levels or something. And then once I have the exact levels for the weapon, just to like reset myself back to 0, I just dark sign it all back. So that way I start on like an even playing field, but with the starting stats of the weapon. So that's how I make it work. If you guys were curious. Yeah, I've been thinking about getting back into randomizers. I think it'd be fun. I haven't done a randomizer in a while. On things like Broken Straight Sword, would it make sense to spawn multiple so you could take them down different infusion paths? I've thought about it. Curse of Darkness randomizer when? God, that would be fun. I actually had a cool idea for... Why am I going this way? Well, I am just full autopiloting, dude. I am tired. I'm not tired, but like, I've been streaming for a while, so like, the brain's starting to feel a little bit of the exhaustion. But that's fine. We got to go do Painted World, and then Gwendolyn, and then Seath. And that will clear all of the Anorlando area. And if we're wondering why we're doing Gwendolyn, Painted World, and then Seath, is because we do Gwendolyn first, so that way it's kind of just the easiest one to do there. And then we do Painted World, because when you exit Painted World, if you burn a Homeward Bone, then you, like, when you leave the painting, it always puts you at that bonfire up there, which puts us right next to the firekeeper who's mad at us, so we can then take her out for the firekeeper soul, and then just run over into Seath. Just a really convenient pathway. You went that way because you lost 6 humanity in the demo? That's all right. Yeah, we're fine. 6 humanity ain't a bother. To be fair, you said some of Big Hammer, or all of Big Hammer and some of Little Hammer. Yeah, we'll see if we'll see how much more of Little Hammer we do. I'd say I've probably got around an hour left in me. I'd say I've probably got about an hour left in me, because I do have some other stuff that I want to work on today. Yeah, I mean, if we finish both hammers, I mean, that'll be nice. This will be my first double weapon sitting, so I'm not going to complain getting 2 weapons done. Means you guys will get episode 2 of A to Z faster. Which is going to be a fat episode, by the way. I hope you guys are looking forward to it. Which reminds me, I need to get into contact with somebody to make sure that thumbnail for y'all looks good. Yeah, not quite. Okay. Yeah, just triple R1s. I would have gotten a 2 cycle there if I went for triple R1s on the first cycle. Very nice, very nice. Okay, so that's that. We're doing Painted World next. Okay. Yeah, that I definitely blocked that. I'm just... Uh-huh. Okay, then. Moving on. Reverse dead zone. Call that a garlic junior, putting that one in the dead zone. All right, I get it. It was a bad joke. Calm down. Yeah, I really wish I had a DSR gadget like mod for... Not mod, but like, you know, something like that for all the games. It would make a lot of video making easier. Thankfully, I do have the brilliant minds of Telios and Trev the Dev always to help me out. So, if there's something I need for the other games, they're very often willing to help me out with the tech side of stuff. All right. Priscilla time. Listen. Don't hear it. She went farther away. There she is. Oh, good damage. Nice Priscilla's dagger. Look at that. Oh, 2.5 bars on Artus. Elden Ring does have a good cheat table, though. Yeah. There we go.
So it was you.
You did the same exact sequence last... I almost said campaign. Alright, you know what? I'm kind of getting bullied over here.
But how?
Just stop thinking about parrying or anything like that and just bonk. Why am I overthinking it? Did you deserve it? Were you wearing the purple suit in public? Yes, then you deserved it. I'd be very surprised if anybody in chat understood that reference. Okay. Oh. Anytime we one-shot these guys, it's a blessed run. Beautiful. These two are the problem children. Nice. Okay. All right. Time for a little Duke skippage. Okay. Ah, that was dumb of me. Walked off that at the wrong angle. Gonna burn some humanity for healing here because just extra curse resistance against Seath is good in case I get stuck in a sticky situation. Bad angle. Little too far to the right. Yeah. I need to roll more in towards the pillar. Yeah. Again, I needed to come back more and more towards the, You're overdue on the bow skip. I actually did do the bow skip, when I was using a bow. I guess I could do it with bow even when I'm not, like, doing a bow run. It probably would be healthier for my gaming experience as well. Like, as a speedrunner, if I just kept practicing the bow trick. Because, like, let's see if I can remember how to do this. I've done this once, so I'm going to give this a shot. What can I say? He's gaming out of his mind. Yeah, the bow version I was super scared of for a long time until I actually learned it. It's actually really consistent with a bow. It's just kind of weird getting used to it after learning the regular version. He's got gaming in his DNA. It's true. My father did a lot of gaming. Technically, so did my mother, if you count button mashing and wrestling games. Back at it again with the showing off? I'm not showing off. What you talking about? Now, if I was ceaseless skipping. Which there's a bow version of that now, too, which I really need to learn. There we go. And that was weird. And Shabuski. And I will burn another 3rd level spell slot. I mean, Twin Humanity. Okay. Let's see what we can do with clams. If I get 1 clam, I'm fine with that. 1 clam is doable. If I get more than that, I'll do a reset. This is looking mighty clammable. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and reset that. Kai, you're such a great guy. Please don't fall asleep before finishing stream. First of all, I appreciate it. Second of all, we'll be good. I got it. Okay, by the way, if you ever do want to do a reset version, if you come to, like, the midpoint of his tentacle and just kind of, like, walk into this, he should turn. And then I want to get him to turn 1 more time. And now you've essentially restored the fight to normal. And now, good damage. And by the way, we are, I don't know if I don't know if everybody knows this. I'm gonna get hit here, and it's gonna hurt. But if you deal damage to the centermost part, you deal extra damage than if you attack the tentacles. One small mistake with the burst, but aside from that, pretty clean fight all around. Whoops, not what I wanted. Have you heard the speculations of a trilogy remake? Like a Dark Souls trilogy remake? I have not heard anything about this. Like, this would be completely news to me. It would also feel a little weird, especially with, the Dark Souls trilogy, like, box set. But, I mean, stranger things have happened. Okay, so next up, we're going to go do the isolate segment. This bit is not too bad. I've got 5 charcoal, 3 gold. Let's see, one of those gold is going on calamite. One of those is probably going to centipede demon. Which means I have an extra... Oh, the other one will go to 4 kings. Okay, so we'll have 4 kings, calamite, maybe centipede. Fire resin. It's going to go... Do I need one for fire sage demon? I don't need it. Don't need it for bed of chaos. And then we've got sanctuary, Artorias, Manus, and Gwyn. So, yeah. Okay, so if I use 1 resin per boss for the rest of the run, then we are good. That was almost a save quit. I let it play out because there was a chance, and the chance was successful. You might be able to get more gold from Dombal. I think I've already exhausted all of his supplies. But I don't think he restocks when you move. I think it is just 3 gold pine resin and then done. Okay. We want to go over here. Yeah, I'd get executed. As part of the Babsa Treatise, I am not allowed to execute the mushrooms. I am, however, allowed to do this. I missed on purpose because I remembered that I needed to use that one. Anyways, now. Forgot to do this in the last run. Alright. Alright. All right. But mushrooms are evil. Listen. Sometimes. Okay, where is... There we go. How's the damage looking? Pretty good. Do I need this bonfire? No, but we can use it. Okay, next stop, Fire Sage. With the inbuilt fire sprinkler systems. There were children outside my window, and I was very confused. I think the weirdest thing I've ever seen outside my window was, y'all know those, like, big green trash bins? I was just sitting... Like, I was just sitting here, like, I think I was playing D&D with my friends, actually. And I just happened to look left out my window, and there were a bunch of kids playing on my street. And, like, 3 other kids charged another kid rolling one of those green trash bins at full speed. And, like, scooped the kid, like, scooped him up with the other trash bin. They slammed the lid and then ran away with him. It was like, what is, dare I ask? Ow. Ho. Those kids are going places. Yeah, apparently. They were going somewhere at like 7 miles an hour. Kids and their smartphones. That was just normal behavior in the 90s. True. They're going places and the other one was coming with them. What is the most annoying mob enemy for you in every FromSoft game? Ooh. Dark Souls 1? Probably the Crystal Hollows in Duke's Archives. Ow. Dark Souls 2, buddy.
This is one of the worst Centipede Demon RNG. Dark Souls 2, I don't really know, to be honest. I think it's probably the large, like, smelter golems in Broom Tower. They're pretty annoying. Oh, no, actually. Broom Tower mages, the one on the way to the blue smelter demon. By the way, they completely wasted my my resin. There we go. Dark Souls 3, probably the Centipede Demon wasted your resin. True. Dark Souls 3, it's probably... I'd say, is it the Gru? The enemies in Pharaon Keep? I despise Pharaon Keep. Hey, welcome in, Heiko. I got good news and I got bad news. You've got me probably for the next 30 minutes or so. The bad news, you've got me for the next 30 minutes or so. But you're here for the most entertaining part. Just all of the Pharaon Keep enemies. Just all of them. Yeah, Bed of Chaos. It's the best part of the whole stream. Elden Ring lobsters do suck. That is facts. I'm sorry, gamer. But the good news is there's a VOD. I mean, there's a whole, not only this weapon, the rest of this weapon, but a whole other weapon that we did today. Yeah. They're crawdads. Huh. Do you take extra damage while sprinting in the lava? Do you remember the original version with the bloom of the lava was cranked to 111? Yeah. Yeah, I remember. The nacho cheese dimension. Are we going to finish the Dark Souls 2 All Starting Classes Challenge? Yes. I keep meaning to get back to it and keep forgetting to get back to it. But we will finish it. That is, I solemnly swear that we will finish it at some point. You tried. You died. Excuse me, I said you died. Why did I almost just say good girl? That's weird. I'm on something tonight. Correctly forgetting anything to do with DS2. Listen, DS2 is a good game. I like it. I enjoy DS2. I did 2 full playthroughs of DS2. That's enough to last a lifetime. I've done a few. I've done quite a few. I've done quite a few for the channel. Not a ton, but when I'm playing DS2 too as we speak. Oof. Really bad buffer. That was close. Watch out for the slap. All right, how deep into this run are we? 2 hours, 13 minutes. Okay. Well, this is shaping up to be around a 2:30 run. Yeah, DS2 too, Elden Ring. I personally am a big enjoyer of DS2 2, Elden Ring Night Rain. I haven't seen a firestorm, so this could get dodgy. Not safe yet. Now we're safe. I think for me, like, DS2 and Elden Ring are kind of like the same level for me. I'm just more likely to finish a Dark Souls 2. I'm more likely to finish a Dark Souls 2 playthrough. And it's just purely because I really don't like Elden Ring's early game. I think if it had a better early game, like a more streamlined early game, I would play a lot more Elden Ring, because I genuinely think the late game of Elden Ring is really good. And then my only other complaint with Elden Ring is I love its DLC, but I do not want to go through all the effort to play its DLC, if I'm being honest. Yeah, we are missing the 4 kings. Which again, no shade to the Elden Ring enjoyers. Elden Ring is a very good game. There's a reason why I played it half to death. Also, shout out to that Elden Ring DLC video that I might one day return to. I'm gonna go the downwards way this time because I've killed the massive souls rather than the other way. No, I totally get it, Vitus. Of course, you're gonna... Okay. Decent damage. Okay. 1, 2. Okay, this... I don't think this is 3 kings. What in the hitbox was that? Yeah, okay. Just returned in time for a boss of all time. True. Okay, that puts us up to almost 40. I'm 30? 30 endurance. Wow, you can tell it has been a day. Whoa. Right then. Time to go take care of DLC and wrap us up on the blacksmith stuff. Okay, so let's take a look at the weapons that I need to do for the rest of the day. Oh, my phone is almost dead. That's lovely. After the blacksmith hammer, we have the broadsword. Then we have the broken straight sword. And then we end this episode on the butcher's knife. And that will make that a 9-weapon episode. Any promises on stream schedule? No promises on the stream schedule. I will say, though, that today was a bit of an experiment on live streaming some of the weapons. And I do think, I don't know if I'm going to do this for every weapon in the series, because I do enjoy just sitting down and recording them. But today has been a lot of fun. So I do want to say that we'll do some more of this. I do have a lot of stuff that I do want to do specifically with streaming. I have a lot of video ideas, but there's also a lot of ideas that I want to do specifically for live streams, because there's kind of like a different vibe with a live stream, you know? Like, getting to hang out with you guys is a lot of fun. Like, I'd like to do some more generic stuff, especially, like, stuff when it comes to, like, hanging out with the rest of the members of the bonfire. So yeah, on any promises on schedule, nothing. But I do want to stream more towards the end of the year. Like, as we're getting closer and closer to the end of the year. Maybe go into next year on a, actually, like, establishing more as stream stuff. Please, more stylized co-op. I would not complain. I'd love to do more co-op stuff with the other, Bonfire members. I actually want to also get them to play some more, like, party-style games at some point. I think that would be a lot of fun. Ow. Okay, Sanctuary Guardian is being a bit mean with its RNG. Oh, that is a nice chunk of damage, though. Thank you, PC. I'll take that trade. Gwyn and his knight to his peak. I agree. That was so much fun. Nice. Got the R2 on the dodge. There we go. Okay. A little bit of bad RNG, but nothing too bad. I will say, this weapon has felt really nice going into the late game. Thus far, at least. We'll see how it performs against Artorias and the others. But so far, this weapon has felt nice. December will be 1 letter per day. Oh, God. Could you imagine? I mean, I'd get a lot done. But trying to keep up with that and editing. "25 days of Soulsmith." I have had some really cursed ideas to do with the bonfire that I have no idea whether or not they'd be down to do it, but they sound really funny in my brain. Like, I think this would have to be a video idea, not a stream idea, because, you know, it would definitely have to be edited. But could you guys imagine how funny it would be to force some of the bonfire members sit down and play cursed visual novels? I think that would be... I don't know about y'all, but I think that would be hilarious. Who would get DDLC? I don't know if there's anybody in the bonfire that's never seen DDLC. But I'd be down. I think I would actually, like... I think it would be really funny to watch some of their reactions to them. Or I guess hear their reactions, but... Slay the princess? Oh, God. I haven't played through that one yet, but I've heard stories. Oh, that sucks, Winter. Also, gotta say, I like the damage here. Also, I've been learning to play more aggressive against this boss, and it's so much fun. Because I've always been, like, really locked into, like, more safe strategies. Because of the way of challenge runs, like, consumables only, like, taught me to play against this boss. But, like, getting to play it, like super aggressive has been really fun. You should force them to read some of the Bonfire fanfic you got from Don't You Dare Go Hollow. That's the problem. Nobody took me up on my offer. Not a single person. I have not seen a single piece of fanfic. It got hyped up, and I haven't seen anything. And I'm not upset because I'm not going to sit here and demand people write anything. I just think it's really funny. I'd say GG, but I'm starting to feel bad for the bosses. They get what they deserve. I'm about to get what I deserve. Jesus. That combo, by the way, I shouldn't have rolled that way, but that combo, I hope you know I was spamming roll the entire time. That was true. There was no getting out of that. Wait until he uses the Vammer of Hammers. Thankfully, I don't gotta wait for that. Oh, that is a hard quit out to do, by the way. That ledge is so low. Also, speaking of the challenge that made me realize how weirdly programmed stairs are in this game, this area sucks. And that specific challenge, all I'm saying, normally, totally fine. That challenge, this area, awful, horrific, the worst even. Like, when we get to that challenge, when you guys see that challenge run and it's all edited and chopped up and ready for y'all to, in your viewing pleasure, you're gonna see that it is some malarkey, straight up baloney. A discount set of boar's head cheese. And if you don't know what head cheese is, look up boar's head cheese. It's disgusting. Oh, give me just 1 second, chat. Do something real fast. Sorry about that. Hey, 4 swings for the crest mimic. Not bad. Okay. Yes, meeting Ranny is a timed event, but if you miss it, you can get the bell from the Twin Maiden Husks in Roundtable. I think it's like 100 or 200 runes. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, buddy. Bye, buddy. All right. Three bosses left. 10 minutes. I don't know why I went into those accent. Well, here we go. Yeah, chained prisoner is certainly something. Fun fact, did you know if you were grave lorded in Chasm of the Abyss, there are black phantom chained prisoners? That's something I found out. This sucked. All right. Yeah, even in full hat, will they do damage? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Still some good chunks. How about with the R2? Oh, yeah. That's the stuff. Okay. I wish Gravelording wasn't just a New Game Plus thing. If you have, if you want a fairly easy way to do Gravelording, if perchance you play Dark Souls on the PC, you can play through the Seamless Co-op mod. And the Seamless Co-op mod has a way to natively Gravelord yourself, even if you're in single player. So that is an option. Okay. Hit it with the backstep. Where you at, Manus? Ooh, got him relatively close to the bonfire, too. That's nice. That's nice. Okay. Time for Calumny. I might have been converted from Dex to Bonk. Listen, they both have convincing arguments. I ain't gonna lie. What's the French challenge? Hey, Kieran. Have your boyfriend, Stupid Soul. French challenge? The Dark Souls roguelike. Oh. I do like me a roguelike. Interesting. I'll have to see if the resources online to explore this concept. Permadeath randomizer. Interesting.
Farewell, you. Good morning.
Just blocking. That's funny. Interesting. Regol was doing it earlier. Okay, I'll have to check him out and see what it's all about. If it looks fun, then we could give it a try. Give it a shot. It's RNG hell, I bet. But I imagine, like, it's Dark Souls, so, like, there's probably a lot of decision-making as well. And swap over to Goldtine. All right, Calamite. What you got for me? You are upset today, apparently. What are you doing? Wasting my time. Lovely. Okay. Solid damage. Late roll on my part. Okay. Thank you for the blinding light, Calamite. Solid damage, though. I am very, very comfortable with this damage amount. Okay. And shoving. Okay, yeah. Was a little bit of misplaying on my end, but that being said, not too bad. You already have the Obsidian Greatsword. I do not need to worry about it. Because by the time we get there, we will deal with it then. But that being said, we are down to just Gwyn, I believe, because we did Priscilla, we did Gwendolyn, we did Capra, we did Gaping. We did Gaping, right? Yeah, we did Gaping. Ugh, all right. Let's finish this off. Final AR is 383 to hand 393. Right around that 380 mark is typically the really comfortable position. There are some weapons that can get away with being lower than 380 as so long as they're buffable or have some other major upside. This one sits at around 380 and is buffable, so it's pretty good. Do at least one pull for the axe? All right, I got you. Oh, we're going to max it out. Oh, yeah. Zweihander is how it's going to end. And Zweihander is going to be my reward for beating the game with the whip. When you've got a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Okay. I didn't have the Black Knight sword on this character, but I had Black Knight sword on the previous character. In fact, I had it twice. All right. Come here, Axie boy. Hit him with the swag. Get the axe. Ah, we got debated. Ah. Jebaited. All right. One last one for the road. All right. Ooh, nearly 3 whole bars. I inadvertently got all their weapons. I know that feeling. All right, GG, Gwyn. And that is the Blacksmith Hammer. Fun weapon. unironically just kind of sits on the middle tier of like starting weapon runs. Felt not quite as impressive as the mace in my opinion, but at the same time, really does well. It was very similar to the mace in a lot of ways. I will say, unfortunately, the rating for this weapon is not going to be as high because to get it, you typically have to kill Andre. So not the best availability for this weapon. In fact, that might make this not a good idea weapon just because killing Andre to get it when it in of itself is a standard weapon. So if this weapon ends up in not a good idea, you know exactly why. But that being said, in this weirdly hypothetical run, weirdly liked it in this particular hypothetical, where you could get it and fully upgrade it. But that being said, that's enough for the Blacksmith Hammers. Now we're on to an actual starting weapon. And that's the voice clip for the video. But there we go. Bellow Bong and Hammeroid both done. Both very close in playtime. I'd say probably one or two of those extra deaths for the bottom one is how I ended up in a very similar situation here. So, next up is the broadsword. So, I may or may not stream for when I do the broadsword. But after that, we have the broken straight sword. We'll see about streaming that one. And then after that, we finish off with the butcher's knife. And then we'll be done with all the weapons for episode 2 of A to Z. And then I got to edit them all together. That will be the next 9 weapons. And then after that, we've got the Black Knight special, where we'll be beating the game with every Black Knight weapon in the game. And then we'll finally be able to move on to the C's. And if y'all were here during the first parts of the stream today, y'all may have seen that JK Leeds has agreed that I will manually farm out the Chandler's Trident for the Chandler's Trident run, but only if JK Leeds sits in chat while I do it. So we can podcast while I farm the Chandler's Trident. So if you missed that earlier, that JK has kindly offered to do that. So while I'm wrapping up here, I'm going to go ahead and pull up the builds for both weapons here. If I get it first try, I'm going to laugh so hard. It is going to be pure comedy. But yeah, today was a lot of fun. Thank you everybody so much for coming and hanging out. Did we get 78 and 79? Yeah, that's funny. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out. I've got a lot of cool videos that I'm working on. Unfortunately, the reason why this last month has been a bit of a rut, where there were kind of a few videos back to back, whereas this video has been a little bit of a rut, is because obviously A to Z, I rearranged how the episode order is going to go, so this is ending up to being a longer episode. And I've got 2 challenge videos that I've got recorded. I'm working on both of them right now. One of them is me completing the charity run from Don't You Dare Go Hollow, which, if you guys weren't there for that, that is a Dark Souls 1 run that is starting in New Game Plus, no Estus upgrades, permanent fat roll, left-hand weapons only while permanently grave lorded. It is the $10,000 Dark Souls challenge, so look forward to that one. And while I'm finishing this up, for everybody who stayed till the end, I've kind of referenced the other challenge video that I've been working on. So as a little treat, I'll for sticking around, I'll let you know probably one of the most unhinged and entertaining challenge runs I've ever worked on, and I'm really looking forward on getting it out. I might get it out next before I do the other one. But look forward to when Dark Souls Without Gravity comes out. It is an absolutely unhinged and insane run, but I am putting a lot of effort into that final video. So look forward to Dark Souls Without Gravity. I had so much fun recording it. It was very fun.
But yeah, that being said, thank everybody so much for coming and hanging out. Once again, I try to do this at the end of every stream. Once again, thank you so much to BS Marsh, Scott, Babza, and Gamer Kitty Mom for all of the very generous donations. They really do go a really long way. I appreciate everybody for just coming and hanging out. You know, that is more than enough to spend your time with me, but to actually donate, it really seriously helps a lot. So thank you very much, all of you. And as for everybody else, hope you guys did enjoy the stream. Y'all were lovely today, chat. Thank you for keeping me company, and I enjoyed this. We might do some more. We might do some more A to Z soon live on stream. But that being said, thank you guys so much for watching. If you guys haven't already hit the like button, it helps me out a lot. To all the VOD watchers, thank you for watching. I appreciate each and every one of you. And I will try to have more for you soon. And as always, thank you everybody so much for watching. Please get yourself some good sleep, get some good eats, get some water. Don't forget to hydrate, all of you. Yes, that means even you. And I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. And as always, I'll catch you gamers on the flip side. Later.